Good evening, everyone. Let me know in the chat room if you can see and hear okay. I think all systems are go today. I think we're prepared for liftoff from the airport, from the runway, ready to rotate at 110 miles per hour with a cruising altitude of 30 to 40,000 feet, depending on the weather and the turbulence. Hopefully we won't have any turbulence tonight as we read the last portion of 2048 Diamonds in the Rough. I just caution you that if it does go to 3 hours, I apologize, but let's finish this in one session and we can move on with the stories of the day. As I mentioned in the chat room, thank you, Eileen. Quick draw, thank you. Yep, and Andy, everybody can see and hear very well. Thank you very much. The 3 parts will be available in the archives in the patrons area, and I'm working with Doug to see if we can combine all 3 of the files into one single file just for the ease of download. But at any rate, at least they will be certainly in the archives. There was a lot of news yesterday that we covered regarding quantum supremacy, the announcement from Google, as well as an announcement from D-Wave on their 5,000 qubit quantum computer slated for release in 2020. I won't hash over that again, except just to remind those that may have missed last night's live stream. There was a lot of information in there. This topic of quantum supremacy, let me take the liberty of putting up an outstanding piece of artwork from our own Doug Diamond from Diamond Digital Media. It is, I'll say it's number 2 in my ranking of over 2 years of monthly publication of Entangled magazine. The first one, of course, is the image of Jesus in the temple prescribing geomantic figures, 4 of them in the sand in front of the Pharisees and Sadducees. That is number 1. This is number 2, quantum supremacy. Just an outstanding piece of work. I just basically gave the title to Doug. I said, run with it. Do what you do best, and he really came through this month. I enjoy this. I enjoy the covers because Doug puts them together and they are very professional. He's an artist and an expert in Adobe Photoshop and other programs, along with a lot of other things. Audio is his real thing, you know, audio engineering is his background, and he's right up there with the big names in terms of engineering their recordings. So he's no slouch by any means, but he just happens to have a lot of talent in other areas as well. So that's my infomercial for Doug Diamond of Diamond Digital Media today. But I couldn't wait to share that with you. This is going to be released, I think, on Monday, on the 30th of September. I want to release this a day early. A lot of scheduling logistical reasons for that. But tonight we're here to read the remainder of 2048 Diamonds in the Rough, my second novel. But I want to start with scripture. Always want to acknowledge Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior. I want to begin with Psalms 95, 2 through 11. And I'm going to jump right over to that because we're going to read each of those. And let me see where my link is for this. Okay, here we go. Psalm 95. Come, let us sing the joy to the Lord. Let us shout to the rock of our salvation. Let us enter his presence with thanksgiving, and let us make a joyful noise to him in song. Speaking of noise, turn off my air conditioner. Verse 3, and for the Lord is a great God, a great King above all gods. In his hand are the depths of the earth, and the mountain peaks belong to him. The sea is his, for he made it, and his hands formed the dry land. Come, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before the Lord, our Maker. For he is our God, and we are the people of his pasture, the sheep under his care. Today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts as you did at Meribah, in the day of Massah, in the wilderness, where your fathers tested and tried me, though they had seen my work. For 40 years I was angry with that generation, and I said, they are a people whose hearts go astray, and they have not known my ways. So I swore on oath, in my anger, they shall never enter my rest. And I give you that as the foundation as well as the backdrop to this whole discussion of quantum supremacy. They banter words like supremacy, superposition, superconductivity, Superman, super this, super soldiers. Don't be misled by their words, for there is no greater God than the God that has created us and everything else. The second part is Revelation 1:9, and this is related to our story this evening. John on the Isle of Patmos, Revelation 1:9. Verse 9, I, John, your brother and partner in the tribulation and kingdom and perseverance that are in Jesus, was on the island of Patmos because of the word of God and my testimony about Jesus. I think sometimes you and I share John's feeling of isolation on the Isle of Patmos, and I will present to you an image of that location of the Isle of Patmos, just off the coast of what is considered Asia, but Turkey today, and then the 7 churches which figure prominently in this last portion of the novel. So I will put that up there so that you can take a look at that. I do have another announcement that I'd like to make. Let me check my email very quickly because I saw an email from Doug, and it was an answer to a question that I wanted to be able to answer for you this evening. And let me see what he has to say. Okay, combining the 3 parts. Yep, Doug is able to combine the 3 parts, and let me just answer him real quickly here. Don't need to take up the airtime to do that. Okay, so the entirety of the book will be available as one single MP3 file that Doug will be posting later. Let's give him a day at least to post that in the patrons area. And now for my last announcement, and we'll jump right into the book. In the patrons area, you will find a link to a very short video. It's about 5.5 minutes long that I recorded with Doug's help. Doug enhanced the audio, of course, spruced up the video and added my name to it, but he and I finally were able to render this. I'll give you a little behind the scenes. There was a tremendous amount of distortion that was going on, and this, I think, Doug and I recorded between he and I think 4 times. There were probably another 4 or 5 that I did independent of Doug, and kept running into interference, digital interference. You know, we pretty much flawlessly are able to run these live streams in terms of recording and having the video images and the audio come through pretty much, I think, in a 95 percentile of consistency. But I think you'll understand why this particular recording, I think, was interfered with. We can call it spiritual, absolutely. We could be paranoid and say maybe the intelligence agencies. Who knows? Bottom line is, it was interfered with. So, in the patrons area, there is this little short video that Doug just posted, and the topic is an introduction of little o' me to the audience, to the caravanners, as they're known, on Caravan to Midnight with John B. Wells. John and I have had a long, multi-year association. I've been graced with invitations, I think, 4 times that I can recall, maybe 5, on Caravan to Midnight itself. And I think I was in studio in Dallas 3, maybe 4 times live on camera in his studio on Saturdays for his Saturday program called Arc Midnight, which is heard in at least a dozen syndicated radio stations around the country. So I'm pleased to announce, by way of this introductory video to the caravanners, that I will be participating with Caravan to Midnight as a reporter, initially providing probably 15-minute segments, probably only a couple of times a week as we kind of get our logistics worked out and scheduling and get the engineering taken care of. The goal is, his broadcast schedule for Caravan to Midnight is Tuesday through Friday. And then on Saturdays, Arc Midnight. Somewhere in that scheduling, little old me will appear on camera as a reporter covering the things that we cover here. They're very short segments, so they're just an introduction to the topics that you and I enjoy spending 2 hours delving into, like we did last night. What I'm hoping we can accomplish here is spreading the word through the graciousness of John B. Wells and his wife Brendy and the staff at Caravan to Midnight, spreading the information to a larger and broader audience, and beginning to do that with an audience that already is relatively familiar with myself, my areas of research, and things that I've pointed out in the past on his program. I have a high degree of respect, of course, for John B. Wells, and what I'm doing is adding some depth to his package. As you know, that John focuses primarily on the dynamics of politics and world politics, U.S. politics, what is going on in the world of the political struggle, the political game. And what I want to add to that is our body of information regarding science, obviously quantum mechanics. So, I would ask you to support Caravan to Midnight as you have been supporting Kathleen and myself here on Patreon as your researchers and reporters. I wholeheartedly endorse and have always endorsed John B. Wells's own research and reporting that he does in his areas of interest and expertise. I think it's an excellent blending. It's an excellent coalescence of forces. I think it lends balance to his programming. And I would add to that that if you were to join as a caravanner, I think it's $60 a year. You can pay monthly, $60 a year to be a member for exclusive content. And you'll find Caravan to Midnight on YouTube, but that's only a 1-hour sort of a news segment, highlights of the day. That is an introduction to the members only accessed broadcast of Caravan to Midnight itself. You know, Kathleen and I pretty much stay away from politics. You know, I talk about Israel and the Middle East and occasionally about U.S. politics. But really, my area of interest and, if you will, expertise is in the areas of science that I present to you. And so to be well-rounded in your information sources and resources, I would encourage you to follow the work of John B. Wells as he presents those areas that are separate from the areas that you enjoy here. Okay? So, please go watch that video if you like, just to kind of see how I delivered the message. It's very short. It's 15 minutes, or 5 minutes, I should say. And the upcoming segments on Caravan to Midnight, as I said, will be in the 15-minute range. Okay? Alrighty, it is time to get into the book. We'll set the stage by talking about the 7 churches and their locations. This is taken from Revelation 1:11, of course, and other areas within Revelation. And I'll just briefly read through this because we need to know the area. We need to know the churches where the latter part of this book and its storyline takes us. According to Revelation 1:11, on the Greek island of Patmos, Jesus Christ instructs John of Patmos to, quote, "Write on a scroll what you see and send it to the 7 churches, to Ephesus, to Smyrna, to Pergamon, to Thyatira, to Sardis, Philadelphia, and Laodicea." The churches in this context refer to the community or local congregations of Christians living in each city, and not merely to the building or buildings in which they are gathered for worship. So I won't read all of this, but Ephesus, the church in Ephesus is Revelation 2, verses 1 through 7. Smyrna is Revelation 2, verses 8 through 11. Pergamum is described in Revelation 2, verses 12 through 17. Thyatira is in Revelation 2, verses 18 through 29. Sardis is Revelation 3, verses 1 through 6. Philadelphia, Revelation 3, verses 7 through 13. And Laodicea is Revelation 3, verses 14 through 22. So as I read through the book, if you care to, you can take a look at the descriptions in there and the activities and the characteristics that those churches individually were known for. Okay? Again, I'm trying to be somewhat brief in my leading into this because we do have a lot to cover tonight. There was a holy cave of the apocalypse on the island of Patmos in Revelation 1, verse 9. I, John, your brother and partner in the tribulation and the kingdom and the patient endurance that are in Jesus, was on the island called Patmos on account of the word of God and the testimony of Jesus. Okay? So, in case you are new to this, this is the cover of the book that we're reviewing. I held it up earlier, but this is 2048 Diamonds in the Rough. I think I will leave the image of the churches on the screen for the majority of this time frame. Let me check the chat room just to make sure that there are no glitches that I'm not aware of. Okay, thank you, Eileen. I appreciate that about yesterday's live stream. Yeah, I think it's going to be great to be on Caravan. You know, I've had over the years, I would say the last 2 years, we've been doing the live streams through Patreon. I've had quite a few people who have said, I used to listen to you on Caravan with John B. Wells. That's where I first found you, you know. And so I think it really is a good coalescence. As I said to John the other day, I said, John, I think it's time for us to join forces. And, you know, his outlook is very similar to mine and vice versa. The first time we met, we just clicked. I mean, it's just like we're brothers or something. So, I enjoy John. I really enjoy listening to him. Of course, he has a fabulous broadcasting voice. I mean, my goodness. But he is highly intelligent and articulate, and it's a pleasure to listen to his reporting. Okay. Where we left off, the hero, Jim, and his fellow Navy SEALs had just wrapped some barbed wire, if you will, concertina wire, around the radar dome. A geodesic dome looks like a golf ball, if you will, shielding a radar antenna, and having the other end of the wire tied to a chairlift from a ski operation, a ski resort, right there beneath the British radar installation on the peak of Mount Olympus on the Isle of Cyprus, which is not far from Patmos, and you'll hear that as I describe it in the story. And so they have successfully pulled down this enclosure around the radar antenna, and all hell is breaking loose. So let's see what our heroes are up to tonight. Alarms sound from within and without the military complex. Personnel are observed streaming out as the bunker's two large steel roll-up doors open. To a man, they run to the damaged antenna and dome structure, unsure what could have caused such a calamity. Many expecting to find an aircraft had somehow crashed into the radome, or worse, a missile attack. But by whom? Too many questions, causing too much chaos and confusion. Just what the SEALs ordered. Steve and the crew at the island of Patmos, as Richard and Jim and their two teammates summited Mount Olympus. I'll read that again. Steve and crew, that's the submarine, arrived at the island of Patmos as Richard, Jim, and their two teammates summited Mount Olympus. Already the enemy had submerged the HMB-1 following the airlifting of the artificially intelligent 2048 computer through its sliding roof. The 00100 barge, that's the Google barge, was floating out. Crews crawling all over the shipping containers with plasma cutters. Except for those workers, no other people were visible or detected by Steve's onboard sensors around or on the tourist island. Beebe knew Steve easily could sink the barge where it floated. All of them, including Steve, had discussed their battle plan before landing at Patmos. It was not so much bravado. They had nothing to prove to themselves nor anyone else. They did not need to unduly place themselves in harm's way. Steve could have done it alone. No, they wanted to have a backup plan, ensuring the destruction of the 2048. In its early stages of implementation, they knew it needed a full network to achieve its first goal. Not necessarily its primary goal, but its first. That of connecting the Large Hadron Collider and opening its portal into other dimensions, followed by the 2048's control of the world. Not entirely sure of its capabilities, they wanted it destroyed. Should Richard and his team fail in their direct attack upon it, at least the network of 1024 computers and their operators would be destroyed by the 7 remaining SEALs. Or so was their plan. There were, of course, other 1024 computers available as replacements, and more could be built, but operating them required people with specialized skill sets. The SEALs were in possession of skill sets of their own, not for operating, but for destruction of these computers. Nearby, in an open area of Patmos, sat the 16-rotor drone aircraft carrier. Likewise, it sported 16 carbon fiber struts, appearing as legs on some dinosaur-scaled insect. Between these struts, a landing platform hung from carbon fiber cables. In fact, the entire carrier consisted of the ultra-lightweight material. Upon ascent, the cables reeled out, allowing the smaller quad-rotor drones sufficient clearance for takeoff and landings from their airborne mothership. Presently, the platform and its drones rested upon the island's dry soils, conveniently positioned for clandestine access by 7 highly motivated SEALs. The distance needed to cover from their beach assault was minimal. For all, it was needed a moonless night, and the SEALs owned it. Steve moved them within 100 yards of the moderate breakers. A mile away from their point of egress sat their targets, shipping containers full of computers. Even once installed, they too would require people to help them progress through their aging processes, as Jim had done for Steve. A significant differential remained within them. None could be truly sentient as Steve, George had seen to that. George had not been privy to the full extent of how sentient the 2048 would be, or even was, for that matter. Initial testing results had remained out of reach, even for those his inside contacts. Compensating, he knew the specifications. Through extrapolation, he knew enough to cause certain fear for all mankind. He knew it was enough to cause certain fear for all of mankind. As well, he had Steve's confirmation on this. The 1024s relied upon the use of pattern recognition and predictive modeling in its presentation of what would have been considered the first iteration of true artificial intelligence. Interestingly, the manufacturer 2 years earlier had posted to its public website claims of reaching a remarkable milestone by early 2015. Quietly, after gaining sufficient private investor capital and government funding, this same posting disappeared from public view. George's take on this was the earlier than expected construction of the 2048. George and his team's concern was how far along in its maturation had it progressed prior to being placed inside a shipping container. They expected it to be in a computer version of suspended animation for the duration of its journey to Mount Olympus, where once again it would awaken into man's world. For now, the objective was getting 7 seals from Steve to the 7 shipping containers of 1024 computers. Remaining at their posts inside the bunker, a dozen highly experienced and highly compensated mercenaries guarded the black cube housing the actual 2048 adiabatic quantum computer. They too had been promised much more than the mere baubles represented in dollar signs. No, they too wanted to be like gods, deceived by liars, their handlers, and on up the entire chain of command of bankers and politicians, likewise bought into the lie, foisted upon mankind by the evil ones running the world. Hidden from even those whom most would have labeled the elite in circles of power, these few truly evil ones lay close at the feet of Satan, the supreme liar and deceiver, and he, for but a short time, might rule this world. God, George and each of his team knew, was the real owner and ruler. He and he alone gave mankind free will to choose, and with this came the consequences of their choices. Choose evil, and judgment follows. And the world now was in the throes of God's final judgment, brought on by man's own choice to follow Satan. The dozen guards ordinarily would have presented a significant problem to 4 SEALs, each armed only with a punch knife, pistol, and a hand grenade. Interestingly, they'd been placed under strict orders. In the unlikely event of a direct assault upon the 2048 by hostiles, each man was to enter and lock the airtight room. Surrounding the black cube was an electromagnetically shielding cover. By design, the computer required a specialized environment. The qubits, the actual processors making up the brains of the overall machine, were installed along with what a casual observer of such a structure would recognize as a human spinal column. Hanging suspended from a cube designed to isolate these qubits from all intrusive electromagnetic interference and cooled to within a fraction of a percentage of absolute zero. Colder, in fact, than the vacuum of outer space itself. But that was the early design arrangement for these qubits. The 2048 was of multiples of magnitudes different in its arrangement of qubits. The 2048 was built not too unlike what George had done when he installed within his former ICBM silo the racks of Sun gate model computer arrays in the shape of a drum. He did so to maximize airflow through the center of the drum, thus gaining maximum efficiency in cooling of the chips themselves, all within the cylindrical structure once housing a nuclear-tipped missile. Cooling was the key to a reduction in errors, decoherence, the pinnacle of computer science for mankind. Different from digital computers based on the gate model of transistors, with data encoded into binary bits or digits, which are always in one of two definite states of 0 or 1. Quantum computers use qubits or quantum bits. These are in superpositions of states, as both 0 and 1 simultaneously. Literally, a 0 is a 1 at the same time as being a 0, and so on. Likewise, the manufacturer of the 2048 found a drum design as optimal in maintaining an equal distribution of cooling their superconductive materials down to a 0 state. The design was to be its undoing, its Achilles heel. Not the drum itself, but the housing, the cube and surrounding airtight room. Not yet functional, the 2048 having only recently arrived at Mount Olympus, the room was not being cooled. After all, a human touch still was needed to make the necessary connections and activate the cryogenic systems. The guards were under orders and stood their ground. They were told to surround and shield the box, and if necessary, with their own bodies. Faced with the reality of an incoming assault team, each man took up a position, finally sealing themselves inside with the computer's black cube. Extending from this airtight outer box was a single 18-inch diameter exhaust hose, intended to draw air away from outside the black cube. Not cryogenic, that system was employed only for cooling the cube's interior. A sophisticated one-way check valve allowed for exhausting of the room's atmosphere. Once the single man door was closed, the room became a vacuum chamber. As long as the exhaust system was not operational, the guards were told they would have several hours of breathable air remaining in which to perform their sworn duties. This evening, indeed, the system was non-operational. Had it been, the forceful movement of air from the room would have exhausted the tiny DS red crystals, now trapped inside the body of the sealed, airtight check valve. Prior to the present, one of the installers performing the necessary systems analysis had been in the process of activating the check valve several times. It was during the final opening of the valve that Richard and Jim happened to be depositing the crystals into the exhaust hose. The valve closed just as the first crystals landed upon its flat upper surface. Closing and sealing the door, soon the guards began to question the veracity of the claim of several hours of breathable air. Seeing an instruction label affixed to the check valve mechanism mounted to the room's ceiling, they determined to manually open it. Maintaining it in an open position, however, required holding it open against the pulling force of a large, stiff spring. Sensors connected to an electric motor and gear reduction transmission normally were required in overcoming such a spring. This evening, it would require all the strength of one man standing upon the shoulders of a second man, being steadied by several more. There had been discussion between them of merely blindly shooting at their attackers, thus ensuring at the same time sufficient airflow through the perforated walls of their room. Quickly, it was summarily dismissed as a sign of cowardice on their part. They'd face their attackers, as well as their fears, like the elite soldiers they considered themselves to be. Settling into the shallow, soft, sandy bottom, Steve keeps his backside exposed to the open sea. Once again, the invisible hatch opens, disgorging 7 SEALs led by Lieutenant Don Casey. And like Richard's team, each is equipped with the same REDS dive mask system. Focused upon the damaged radome, none of the installation personnel observed Richard, Jim, and a 3rd SEAL make entry through the open roll-up doors. Already the mercenary guards had retreated into the room containing the 2048's black cube. Using hand signals only, Richard directed his 2 men to the rear of the otherwise open space. Shipping crates and new scientific instruments were in the process of being unpacked. It was the concrete wall to the rear Richard knew to be their target area. Moving along both the left and right sides of the bunker, they found a single steel door. Trying the handle, Richard found it to be unlocked. In fact, it had none. Removing a single stainless steel ball from a trouser pocket, Richard rolls one through the crack upon opening of the heavy door, then pulls it shut. They wait. Nothing. Once again cracking the door, he rolls in several more. Not a sound from within. This time, leaving the door slightly open, Richard motions to his 3rd SEAL to move back along their 6 o'clock position, taking up a watch post just inside the open roll-up doors. Standing to the left side of the steel door, Richard uses his left hand to push wide the door. His Glock 29 in his right, Jim being left-handed, holds his own at the right side of the opening. The thick concrete wall preventing any rounds coming their way from passing through. Not a sound. Richard points to another SEAL door containing the black cube. Not designed to be bulletproof itself, both know standing alongside this door would be suicide. They go to the floor, gathering the many stainless steel balls scattered nearby across the concrete floor, each man shoving them between it and their chest plate body armor. Like so many ball bearings, 1 hand each, they push themselves prone across the smooth floor. Removing still more balls from their pockets, they continue placing them on the floor, just beneath their chins, finally arriving flat to either side of the sealed doorway, handguns at the ready. Jim, switching his Glock into his right hand, holds up to Richard his open left palm. Rolling up on his right side to the right of the door, gently he knocks twice. Richard grimaces, his Model 29 pointed just above the door handle. Nothing. Richard knows from his military experience no one would allow a vital piece of equipment to remain unguarded. Jim knew this as well from his exposure to gang tactics in Oakland. Jim tries the handle. This one, of course, is locked, and not an ordinary one at that. More akin to a submarine's watertight door, only smaller and lighter. At least the door was not steel. It appeared to be carbon fiber. Rolling up into a seated position along the door's frame, Jim shrugs. Then taking up his Benchmade 175 BK knife, he punches its 2.5-inch 440C stainless steel BK1 black-coated double-edged spear point blade directly through the carbon fiber door panel. Withdrawing the short blade, neither man is surprised by the sucking sound of air rushing in through the narrow slot in the black door. They know. Richard begins rising to his feet to kick the door, when shots crack from behind them. Their teammate, covering their rear at the rear roll-up doors, is taking fire after stabbing in the neck one of the returning mercenary security men. Seeing their comrade fall following an attack by an unseen enemy, a group of 6 opens fire with their M4 carbines. Armed only with his Glock 29, a knife, and 1 hand grenade, the SEAL remains under cover, concealed behind a stack of crates. Taking full advantage of the ensuing confusion, Richard turns, facing away from the carbon fiber door. Raising his left foot behind him, he plants a heavy boot blow against the lock. It parts. Immediately he rolls to his right, shoving off the door, returning against the wall. With gunfire to their rear, they don't hear nor encounter shots emanating from within the room. Only a rush of air moving through the shattered door, refilling the room with oxygen. Jim, still seated against the right doorframe, rolls right onto his belly, taking up a prone attack position, his pistol at the ready. He finds himself face to face on the floor with 2 of the dozen mercenary guards. Richard drops to his right, aiming his pistol inside over Jim's prone body. All 12 guards had suffocated. Blackened crystals, having been strewn about by the struggling guards, panicked by the influx of strange red crystals, and their realization all the oxygen was being absorbed by them. Helplessly, they watched the crystals turn from blood red to an ominous and deathly black. It only required seconds. With gunfire rapidly approaching their position, Richard and Jim abandoned full entry into the room. Inside, untouched and dormant, sat the 2048 inside its equally ominous black cube. Each possessed 2 additional weapons: a backpack carrying an airtight container of 100 micro-accelerators and 1 hand grenade apiece. The mission was to destroy the 2048 and its cousins, the 1024s. Initially, their tactic was a clandestine attack, silently deploying at least 100 micro-accelerators. It meant doing so in full view of their target, while strategically remaining concealed at a safe distance. As in most battle scenarios, planning is abandoned at the first shot. In their case, the mission was one of improvising on the fly. This exact moment was no different. There simply wasn't opportunity enough for deployment of the accelerators. Had there been, one or all of the team would have poured from their airtight cases the quarter-sized stainless steel balls onto the ground. Then, using a specialized application installed by George in their cell phones, remotely they'd activate and control them. Pre-programmed to self-arrange themselves into 3 concentric circles, all 3 rings would begin rotating, then gaining altitude, forming a funnel-shaped vortex, the smallest ring serving as the tip of a small tornado. The operator need only steer the balls using his cell phone's touchscreen to a target. Upon acquisition, he taps a button stopping the rotation of the center ring. Tapping again, the ring reverses its direction, now counter to the remaining upper and lower rings. This provides a double contra-rotating effect of the high-energy particle streams activated at the touch of a button. Protons accelerated to near light speed concentrate toward the center of the vortex due to a lack of individual rotation exhibited by each ball. Only the rings themselves moved in a circular motion. This concentration continually compounds itself, not discharging until the fire button is tapped by the operator, or by another team member's cell phone, should he be incapacitated. Once fired, the concentration of high-energy protons would discharge, flowing out through the tip of the tornado. Lacking any of the typical explosive materials found in warheads and the like, the simple inertia of the fast-moving protons would be enough to disintegrate any target. But that took time to set up, and they were sorely lacking in it. Shutting what remained of the carbon fiber door, Richard and Jim sought cover from the rapid-fire bursts of their attackers' M4 carbines. The walls of the outer silver box surrounding the black cube never was intended to shield it from the inertial energy of lead, only incoming electromagnetic energy. A sharp whistle was heard between the gunfire, and then it ceased. Someone, unintelligible from inside their box, outside bellowed orders at their attackers. Jim and Richard looked at one another in disbelief. "Guess they don't want any holes in their brain here," Jim holstering his Glock, taking up his hand grenade. "Gotta go." Richard, keeping his handgun at the ready, goes prone. Jim does likewise. Peering through the tiny slot he'd created with his knife, Jim could just make out the scene beyond the door. Reinserting the blade, he twists, further widening it. At 3 and 9 o'clock, Jim whispers. "Wait for his grenade," Richard watching Jim's eyes, as if trying also to see through the slot. They didn't have to wait. The sound and pressure wave reverberating off what was left of the door from Richard's boot blow. Expecting this, almost as one body, they burst through it. Jim tossing right with his left hand and Richard left with his right while firing his Glock. The grenades crisscross in front of their attackers' faces as instinctively they turned away from the first explosion. None actually hearing the simultaneous detonations, sound traveling slower than the pressure wave itself, rupturing their eardrums nanoseconds before their brains similarly ruptured. 6 men lay thrown onto their backs, faces nearly unrecognizable from the tearing of shrapnel impacting soft flesh. Holstering his Glock, Richard along with Jim grabbing up 2 M4s each, retrieving a half-dozen extra clips of ammunition, Jim spots their teammate. Running to his aid, tossing aside both carbines while withdrawing his knife, his other hand clamping down hard upon both a severed jugular and carotid artery, pumping forth with each rapid beat of the warrior's strong heart. Using his short blade, he goes to work at cutting away the straps of the soldier's backpack containing his allotment of microaccelerators. Next, equipment webbing goes flying away in bits, finally exposing a chest full of body armor. It too is removed, allowing Jim's experienced eyes a rapid assessment of the large man's wounds. Richard passes them both in a full gait run, disappearing through one of the open roll-up doors, turning left along a wall of the concrete bunker. He knew he had to buy time if Jim was going to save his brother SEAL's life. Pulling over the soldier's face, Jim's own dive mask, telling him to breathe slowly but deeply. Jim wanting to push the man's oxygen saturation level as close as feasible to 100%, thus giving the body's built-in compensatory mechanisms every chance at sustaining life. The damage was clearly visible, with the torso exposed. 3 rounds had entered barely above the line of his chest plate, shattering his right clavicle. Most of the formerly hardened deltoid and trapezius muscles filleted like a bright pink salmon, taking out one side of the neck. Lacking any medical equipment in their planning to travel light during the infiltration of the mountaintop installation, once again, he was left to the improvisational skill set. Extracting from the man's backpack the microaccelerator case, Jim reaching inside the now empty pack, grabbing at its base. Pulling it inside out, the waterproof liner is fully exposed. With each inhalation, air is being sucked into the pleural lining of his right lung. The space normally devoid of air, acting as a buffer between the lung itself and its protective ribs. Now it was collapsed. Useless unless Jim could somehow seal off the opening, allowing air to enter this void, pressing against the lung. one hand still holding direct pressure against the severed major vein and artery supplying blood to the soldier's brain. With his other, Jim covers the sucking chest wound. Rhythmically, he releases one side of the backpack's lining, allowing air to begin leaving the pleural lining. There was a chance the lung could at least partially reinflate. Reappearing around the concrete corner, Richard continues firing at the advancing forces outside the bunker. Grabbing a fast look at Jim and his fallen comrade, a round enters Richard's left femur, dropping him alongside the two men. Pushing backward with his right leg, Richard is able to clear the opening. Go is all Richard has time for. Another round striking his last, nearly empty M4. Releasing all pressure upon the SEAL's body, Jim passes over his last M4 and two full ammo clips. In the process, a round strikes his right forearm. Nothing happens. In the briefest of moments, the two men look on in astonishment, as there is only a shallow dimple. Jim's skin unbroken. The next instant, Jim is on his feet, retaining his Glock 29. Selectively firing, he takes out one attacker after another as they close on the SEALs. Jim now using his full body as actual armor, protecting the other two. They make easy targets, stunned at the sight of their bullets having no effect on their single easy target. With each assailant taken out, Jim turns, kneeling to tend to his wounded. No, go, Richard pointing toward the nearby quad-rotor drone, its blades only now beginning to slowly spin up. I can take you, Jim triaging out his mortally wounded SEAL, instead placing direct pressure to Richard's leg wound. In agonizing pain and stubbornness, Richard shakes his head at him. It was only then Jim noticed blood appearing from the lower edge of Richard's chest plate body armor. A bullet had managed to find its way to his abdomen. Pulling the SEAL's and Richard's belts from each man's trousers, Jim removes his own, giving a single nod to his leader. Leaving Richard, he turns, sprinting across the open access road to the drone, its rotors nearly at liftoff speed. As he ran, Jim was tying together the ends of the three belts. Arriving as the drone became light on its four landing gear struts, he leapt aboard. The rectangular frame was fashioned using elliptically shaped tubes, joining each of the four power plants' housings. Free of its shipping container load, easily the drone rose, quickly gaining altitude out over Mount Olympus. Using the length of belts, Jim tied himself off to one of the frame tubes. Automatically, the drone's onboard flight controller compensated for the 230-pound offset load. Give me just a moment to adjust my computer here. In fact, I'm just going to take a short 1-minute break here just to get some water. Check the chat room. Okay. Got to maintain the voice. Devoid of any semblance of artificial intelligence of its own, the drone responding only to the auto-return homing program within its simple gate model processor. A predetermined course set for its mothership, the flying aircraft carrier awaiting its arrival on Patmos. Unsure at what elevation the drone would maintain altitude, Jim slipped on the only remaining functional dive mask of the team, the one he'd pulled off his dying teammate's face before sprinting for this drone. Activating the crystals, he takes in several deep breaths, clearing his mind. At the same time, he activates the onboard video communications feed. Jim, BB coming in to Jim's heads-up display. Are you airborne? Yes. Jim moving the video camera attached to the top leading edge of the mask's faceplate in a full 180-degree arc, then down toward the disappearing island of Cyprus, crossing the beaches below. He says, 2 seals down. A momentary silence fills their line of communication. I am sorry, Steve breaking in. What's your status? Are you tracking my signal? Jim knowing full well Steve was. Want your view on things, Steve trying his best not to sound flippant. What's yours? Jim for the first time irritated with Steve. Later, BB interrupting. We've got you landing here in 45 minutes. That thing will take roost aboard the mothership. Are you prepared for that? Don't have much choice, do I? Jim taking a full accounting of any hidden injuries he may have sustained. He knew how adrenaline can mask them. But what accounted for those bullets failing to penetrate? He had his suspicions. Still, his own brain was attempting to grasp the reality of what had transpired inside the bunker, as well as where he now found himself. Steve, Jim cutting BB off, is there something you're not telling me? What do you mean? Can you be more specific? Steve sounding more like a robot than an artificially intelligent computer, having progressed to the equivalent of a 33-year-old man. Is there more than one subject you're holding back on me? Jim's view of the Mediterranean Sea now obscured by the heavy clouds the drone was flying him through. No, not really. Not sounding to Jim as all that transparent. Bullets hit me, but failed to penetrate. Jim leaving that for Steve, as well as BB and his crew, to digest, holding back any mention of his entire body now bulletproof. Indeed, there was an abnormally long delay prior to Steve's reply. Nanodiamonds. Remember, Jim, in its typical growth medium, the crystals are kept to a thin layer, forming a flexible, rubber-like film. It's commonly used as an advanced form of lubricant in expensive devices and machinery. Spare me. Are you telling me my skin is now diamond? Jim not really all that surprised, only wanting to hear it from something or someone he's beginning to view as a brother of sorts. Yes, BB taking over. Look, as incredible as all this is, we've more pressing issues to deal with, like getting you safely down from the sky. What? Aren't you going to tell me somewhere from inside my body I'm going to sprout wings or rockets like Iron Man? Come on, you guys. I'm just a simple medic. Hardly, Steve interjects ahead of BB. No, Icarus. I don't want your wings of wax and feathers melting when you get too close to the sun. Bad enough you're flying from Mount Olympus and all, but your skin changes are real. Let's just not push it. Good enough for me. Steve, can you take command of this drone? Jim looking over at a control box mounted at what amounted to the nose of the quadcopter. Not without risking it crashing. I'd say your best bet is to get away from it just before touchdown on the carrier. Steve back to being more deliberate in his delivery. What if I destroy its brain? Jim reaching his right arm out toward it. Not sure, Steve replies. What? You're a supercomputer. Jim throwing off the balance of the copter, it quickly regaining equilibrium, again grasping the tubular frame he is strapped prone to. Yeah, well, Steve sounding stumped. Don't completely destroy it, BB adding. Give it a good whack on the side of its head. Easy for you to say, Jim loosening his belts, allowing him to slide forward along the frame, keeping his head low, clear of the spinning rotor blades. Reaching once again for the small box mounted along the trailing edge of the forward tube, he loses his balance. "Crap," BB yells. "You okay?" The video image appearing upside down, Steve compensating, inverting it to normal. "Shut up, will ya?" Jim hanging upside down, his belts offering little in the way of actual support, his legs dangling backward from the waist. At least the slipstream provided some uplift, relieving Jim of their full weight. Both BB and Steve heed Jim's order. Raising, then swinging his legs down against the onrushing atmosphere, the thick clouds providing additional density, Jim uses its force to his advantage, fully arching the lumbar section of his spinal column. He's ready. At the moment of full extension, he contracts the large quadriceps of his thighs for all they're worth. Jim locks his ankles as they clear the frame's topside, trusting the integrity of the mil-spec belts, as well as his own knot skills. He relaxes his arms from around the frame. Supported both by belts and his ankles, Jim contracts all of his rectus abdominis, internal obliques, external obliques, and transverse abdominals. In other words, his six-pack. Pressure is relieved to the belts, allowing Jim a few seconds in which to vigorously pull them tighter, nearly to the point of preventing him from breathing. Already holding his breath while contracting and bearing down with his abdominals, he wanted them tight for what he had in mind. A few seconds later, and once again able to relax his muscles body-wide, the belts for the moment were all that kept him from dropping through the clouds. BB and his crew once again start breathing. Steve would, if he could. "Done?" "Yeah, just need a moment. Look, I have an idea here," Jim catching his own breath. "You got about 30 minutes, my friend," BB reminding. "All right, then. I'm going to disable this damn rotor over my head. Been bugging me too long." Jim again grasping around the frame using his arms and legs. "That will destabilize the aircraft," Steve announces. "Of course it will. That's the plan." Jim again irritated at Steve. "Some plan," BB mumbles. "What's that?" Jim beginning the process of sliding forward along the frame. "Nothing. How?" BB trying to think one step ahead of Jim. "I can make out the panels at the base of the engine pod. This whole thing is carbon fiber." Jim arriving with his head nearly butting up against the enclosure. He's impressed by a lack of engine noises. Expecting a turbine engine, he realizes there is an electric motor within the lightweight pod. "Stand by." Withdrawing his short-bladed knife, he punches through the thin, lightweight material. Continuing, he makes a semicircular pattern of slots. Sheathing his knife, he uses his right fist to punch in the panel, creating a flap. He withdraws it back outside the pod, folding it down upon the frame. Using the tactical light along the top frame of his faceplate, Jim peers inside the compartment at the electric motor, controls, and associated wiring. "Steve, you getting this?" "Yes, Jim. I can clearly see what you are doing. Open the small green box to your left." Reaching in now with his left hand, Jim snaps open the lid. "Got it. Okay. Spit on it." Steve serious. Understanding. He does as he's told. Despite not having had any water in several hours, and his involvement in a life-and-death gun battle, Jim is able to produce a sizable wad of phlegm. The motor shuts off. The rotor begins to slow. "Steve, I need to auto-rotate." "Understood. Your upper left. There is a control rod. That's the collective," Steve reports. "Just like a real helicopter." Jim now smiling again. "Call out my altitude. Tell me when to auto-rotate and then to flare out." Won't take long. The onboard fail-safe programming should send it to a lower altitude anyway. Steve sounding reassuring. Thanks for your help. Jim pushing the control rod, bringing the blade's angle of incidence into a zero or flat position. All lift ceasing to be generated by the slowing blades, effectively causing them to freewheel. Initially, the drone noses down to its affected side, exacerbated by the additional weight of Jim's body at the one corner. Its onboard computer attempts to correct by increasing both power and the angle of attack on the 3 remaining rotor systems. Sensors indicating a continuing loss in altitude decreases its actions on the rotors, placing the aircraft into a controlled descent. However, in its self-return programming, akin to the homing instinct of a carrier pigeon in distress, increases its forward speed. Jim, Steve begins. I know, Jim is blunt. The larger drone aircraft carrier becoming visible from beneath the cloud cover as Jim is lowered toward the island of Patmos. Feeling like a field mouse caught in the talons of a falcon, he does not want to be fed to the hatchlings in the beach nest. Changing his mind, Jim gives up on actual auto-rotation. Without letting Steve or BB know beforehand, forcefully Jim moves down the collective's control rod. Devoid of any input of power, the blades move into a full-pitch attitude and stall. Jim surmised any lift generated by auto-rotation might allow the drone's computer time enough to compensate, returning it to the carrier's flight deck. It would have meant certain capture, even death. The stalling of the rotor causing the drone's corner quickly to drop. Unable to compensate, the computer lags behind Jim's actions. Anticipating, Jim cuts through his trusty belts. Sheathing his knife and hanging only by his legs, Steve has a hard time keeping the video picture in its proper attitude. The sea rushing up, Jim firmly clamps both hands against his faceplate. Releasing his leg's grip from around the drone's tubular frame, Jim drops free of it. The impact is hard. His body skips twice across the salt water. Stunned, he sinks below the surface. Along his back, Steve opens a hatch, carefully his long tail inserting a treasured object within the safety of the cargo hold. Well, BB smiling, almost laughing. Well, what? Jim coughing while rolling over onto his right side. You okay? Helping Jim to his feet. Sure. Why do you ask? Smiling back. Nice entry. Steve over the interior communication system. Don't recall. Only that I hit the water. Jim receiving a towel from one of Steve's crew. More like you skipped. Twice, in fact. Like a stone, Steve offering. And sank like one, too, BB still laughing. Well, diamonds don't float, you know. Jim shaking the water from inside his ear canals. Oh, yeah? Steve now, too, laughing. I don't think I've ever heard you laugh before, Steve. Jim stopping all motion. Should have heard him after the first video feed of you hanging upside down on that drone, BB looking up as if at Steve. Not nice, Stevie boy, Jim patting the diamond wall of the cargo bay. No longer a boy, you know, Steve accentuating a deeper, more manly voice. Sorry, and thank you, my friend, and you guys too, looking over the crew gathered before him. No problem, brother, Steve replies, that bringing looks between them all. Status? Jim picking up. Soon, 1 seal each, riding atop a shipping container. To the former churches in Turkey, Steve reports. Guess I'm not the only one flying today, Jim stripping off his wet clothes. Wow, a crew member remarks. Not a mark on you. Jim looking himself over. You know, you're right. Weird. Get into this, Richard handing him a flight suit. Am I flying again too? Enjoying the moment. Perhaps. At least it's dry. Come forward. We need to check on their progress, BB gesturing Jim toward the command and control center. And I am sorry we lost Richard and 2 of our SEALs. Yes, he was shot, making a break for it, out of the chairlift's control shack. We watched it on the video feed from his dive mask, BB's voice solemn. What is the status of the expeditionary force, Jim, referring to the 7 SEALs? BB taking the center seat. Still underwater. They've been sitting on the bottom at 50 feet. Why? Jim taking his seat to BB's left, the right conspicuously empty. Keeping things simple is all. We wanted to get you back here first, BB gesturing to his navigator to proceed in moving Steve into position. You still think it's a good idea, going forward? Jim taking a large bite of a tuna fish sandwich. The plan didn't rely on you guys getting back, BB activating a small hologram over his knees. Really? In other words, we're expendable? Jim washing down the tuna from a bottle of water. No, I did not. But that's beside the point. We do have you. Look here. Pointing at this representation of the 00100 and the shipping containers on board its flat deck, you can be of some use. Gee, thanks, Jim sarcastic. Before you get all involved here, why bother? Why not use Steve's power and tech and simply sink it and the 1024s with it? I mean, it seems like a lot of trouble, and putting another 7 good men at risk. We've already lost 3, Jim getting to his feet. We could have sunk it out in the Atlantic, or the Pacific for that matter, and that 2048 still sitting intact, I might add, atop Mount Olympus. This is all too contrived for my taste, the anger welling up. I understand, Jim, I really do. But as George explained to me some time ago, even before you were recruited as a member of SEAL Team 7, this is also an intel mission. Jim up pacing, then angrily turning, facing BB, meaning a deep rasping. Simple. We don't know everything. BB expanding the hologram until it is freestanding on the deck before his chair. We know they want to use the LHC to open a bloody portal, his arms swinging upward, and they can't do it without that network of quantum computers. Seems like, Jim taking in, almost holding his breath, if we break even one link, we can break the chain, right? Jim placing his hands atop his chair's left armrest and leaning in at BB. Possibly. They have more computers than we've been able to account for. Not just these 7 going into Turkey, BB pointing to the 7 locations of the former biblical churches. How do you know that? Jim watching the images as a hologram simulates the airborne transport of the 7 shipping containers. George's sources. He still has quite a few in various labs around the world who see things the way he does. If we destroy these 7, in time, they too will be replaced, somewhere else, and we run the risk of not being around to destroy those as well. Settling. I see your point. We need to flush out the rest of the game from hiding and I see what you're getting at. Then we can kill all the birds in one hunting trip. Jim straightening up, moving to the forward workstations and the remaining crew. Yes, BB pushing the hologram forward on its stand, joining Jim. Steve, get us off the bottom and wake up the 7. Spreading, the manta's wings ripple, sending clouds of white up from the strong current cutting across the smooth bottom. Ripples caused by the unending current continuously pushing it into sandy waves. rising in on its own fluid motions. Steve moves the men against the powerful forces downstream, a kilometer behind the seals. Surface, Jim interdicts. BB surprised. Why? Just the dome is all I want. Jim moving aft to the navigation table behind their chairs. A little annoyed. Again, why? BB joining him. The holograms and stuff are great and all, but something I learned in Oakland. Oftentimes, it's a good idea to first poke your nose around a corner before committing your whole body. Jim giving BB a knowing wink. Or a mirror. Put it out around the corner instead, BB agreeing. If I'd carried one, I would have. Still got my nose, Jim placing his left index finger to the tip of his nose. Well, I do, BB lightening up. Steve, change the dome's surface texture to mirror and surface. The two men move back up the ramp into the diamond-clear dome. One-way mirror. They'll never see us, BB pointing across the glistening expanse as seawater cascades off it, revealing the 00100 barge inside of 2 kilometers distance. Steve, magnified dome. BB moving them to the dome's surface. A 6-foot diameter area bulges ever so slightly. The deformation forms a lens, the 00100 filling the circle. There, BB smiling like a proud father. I agree. Better to see. We came, we saw. Now let's kick some butt. Jim enjoying the anticipation as before one of his boxing matches at Berkeley. It's almost unfair. Like you said, we could use Steve and drown those machines. But like George's subtle approach, he always preached to me, BB activating a small hologram, using it to track the movements of their 7 seals. Finesse, Jim giving a nod to BB. The SEAL team, having similarly released themselves out from the sandy seabed, had to swim against the deep current. Understanding that oceans are made up of multiple layers, or thermoclines, each in varying temperatures, they swim for the surface. There, freed from most of the current's power. Each man swimming to the upturned bow of the 00100 barge, a large ocean salvage tug, its starboard side tied across the steel nose section, as if shielding its cargo of shipping containers from a seaborne attack. Another storm, in fact, was building in from the southern hemisphere. Dark, oddly shaped clouds, like some enormous rolling surf, appeared artificially moving in a slow, measured advance. Derecho, Jim pointing back toward their rear. Seen those before. Probably using it as cover. They'll keep it parked there until the containers have landed in Turkey. BB turning back to their lens. Jim returning his gaze through the magnified section of Steve's clear nano-diamond dome. Clear, polished stones, used as a lens or window. For now we see through a glass darkly, BB encouraging Jim. All the prophets had a vision of God as he appeared through 9 lenses. While Moses saw God through 1 lens, all the prophets gazed through lenses that do not shine, while Moses, our teacher, gazed through a lens that shines. Easily, BB and Jim observed the 7 seals grasping at the rope lines securing the tug to the barge, hoisting themselves aboard at one end of the containers. If they can get atop the containers without being observed, they'll almost be home free, Jim feeling like he's watching mountain climbers performing their skillful art. Much more to come, my friend, much more, BB noting the last member disappearing over the top edge of the containers, just as the storm clouds moved in over them. Those clouds were purposefully moved. actually accelerated from their holding position. That's not HARP. They're using something new. Jim turning toward the hologram, displaying their operational simulations. Steve, analysis on the storm system. BB motioning to Jim to follow back to the command and control center. We need an airborne perspective of our own. Plasma, motivated by lasers, Steve briefly answers. Have a mantle data burst. Good. Want to hear from George. Jim following BB down the ramp. This should be good, BB amused. Steve, play it back. Downloading, Steve decompresses terabytes of data into realistic, usable information. George speaking. First off, I want to pray all of you are well. Second, this may be the last time we're able to use the manta form of communication. Too many earth changes. As you already have noted and experienced, HARP is no longer responsible for the changes in weather and its associated anomalies. I have confirmed a long-held theory of mine and my colleagues, that of an electric plasma connection between the sun and our Earth. To this end, the weather is but a reflection of the changes taking place to our planet's core. These changes are instituted by direct attacks by science on the sun. The increased beta, gamma, delta sunspot activity, producing solar flaring and coronal mass ejections, correspondingly injecting our core with highly charged plasma energies. In turn, more earthquakes as the mantle and crust expands, causing tectonic separation. Sinkholes and strange sounds emanating from unknown sources being the least of our concerns. But I digress. I need you all back here, ASAP, including your 7, by now deployed to their containers. Jim, BB, and his crew, not sure each has heard the same message. For several moments, no one speaks, until Steve breaks in. I've interrupted the playback to explain. While you've been listening to George, I've been monitoring another data track from him. You may continue with his dialogue while underway. Very well, Steve. Proceed, BB acknowledging. We'll hold the playback until later. I'm sure George has a very good reason. Jim agreeing, taking the left seat. Steve, full recall. Exfiltration by water. BB taking the center seat, turning to Jim, who for the moment remains silent. Noting this, BB focuses upon their near task at hand. Steve taking them to a depth of 100 feet, they monitor each of their fellow SEALs' progress aboard the 7 shipping containers, housing one 1024 adiabatic quantum computer apiece. Through the energetic storm, Steve utilizes a mixture of infrared, radar, LiDAR, and even sonar, due to the density of the clouds, formulating composite live streaming images of the soldiers' actions. In sequence, drone quadcopters lift off from their containers stacked aboard the flat deck of the barge, each holding within its tubular rectangular frame a 40-foot container of its own. Unnoticed by the enemy lay a SEAL, strapped atop in the midst of the 4-bladed rotor wash. To say it was like a hurricane would be putting it mildly. Each warrior thankful to be equipped with George's Red's dive mask. Battering these brave men, the rotor wash, combined with the high speed of the quadcopter's progression through the storm, each improvised his own method of securing his body to a steel box. Some finding webbed cargo straps aboard the barge, others lengths of simple rope. One using the oversized plastic zip ties typically employed to secure the wrists of a prisoner to hold his legs and arms against the corrugated container. Take us beyond the first one in line, BB orders Steve. Seemingly effortlessly, the Manta sub, using strong downbeats of its 300-foot wings, accelerates beneath the green blackness of the storm-tossed Mediterranean Sea. Communicating to the 7 SEALs, Beebe calmly, "Gentlemen, change in plans. Abort to sea." Knowing both the effectiveness of their communication system and the discipline of these men, he issued the order only once. As well, none needed reply. 3 miles ahead of the 7 quadcopters, Beebe takes over manual control. Operating like a military helicopter, seated, Beebe's hands lightly move the levers generated as solid objects between Steve's holographic projections. Fully rotating a throttle sleeve surrounding a left side collective stick, Beebe heavily accelerates the sub. Seconds later, his right hand slides back the cyclic stick, causing the trailing edges of Steve's wings to rise as his left pulls on full collective. A moment passes, then nose up, breaking the surface, the manta carries the sea upward 200 feet before separating itself from the envelope. Jim, taking it all in stride, simply grins, watching multiple displays exhibiting both their own point of view, as if through a windshield, and aerial perspectives of the sub's now aerobatic maneuvers. Gently moving his right hand, the cyclic stick inducing Steve to bank hard right, while Beebe eases down his left upon the collective, allowing the sub's tail to drop. Simultaneously, with 2 holographic pedals beneath, Beebe depresses the right, sharply swinging the sub's tail left. This steers Steve's rear section to the left and his nose right, effectively presenting the manta's belly like an angry head of some mammoth cobra ready to strike. The vessel rears itself up, hovering in the stormy sky ahead of the onrushing line of 7 quadcopters. On board the first, its guidance systems detecting the 300-foot wide obstacle quickly appearing in its path, executes a rightward evasive maneuver. The 6 trailing behind, likewise following, snaking through the clouds. Slightly levering the cyclic stick back, Beebe shifts the sub left. The quads move back to their left, trying to avoid Steve. Beebe moves right again, placing them in imminent collision. By now, each of the SEALs has departed the containers, dropping some 75 feet into the angry Med. Pulling full collective, while also pulling fully rearward upon the cyclic, Beebe simultaneously rolls on full throttle to Steve's propulsion systems, then cuts all power. The sub, having reared flat over onto its back, drops from the sky just as the lead quadcopter passes directly over its upwardly presented belly, mere feet separating them from a mid-air collision. Remaining upside down just below the angry surface waves, gently Beebe maneuvers Steve toward the first of their 7 SEALs, each man presenting himself vertically in the water, creating easy targets for Steve. The hatch along Steve's dorsal surface opening as Beebe slides the sub just above SEAL number 1. The frogman grapples with one of several lines streaming from the cargo bay, easily pulling himself within the safe confines of the cargo hold. 6 successfully come aboard as the sub rights itself, once more taking on a belly-down attitude. "Jim," Beebe barely turning his head left toward Jim. "On it." Jim springing from his seat alongside Beebe. Unsure of his injuries, every crewman aboard the sub is completely focused upon one task, that of bringing their comrade in arms home safe. The world and all that is happening around it immediately snaps from their thought processes. Focus is what separates the men from the boys. Experienced warriors know how to compartmentalize their minds. freeing them from emotions and fear, the latter only becoming apparent following the conclusion of an immediate need. And one of their own was in desperate need. Jim's mind racing while remaining focused upon his priority, saving a life. It was at his core of who he was as a man. His own well-being, not a conscious thought. It never was during rescues. BB accelerates Steve for but a brief moment. It was all he needed to maneuver the cargo hatch directly beneath the free-floating body, dangling motionless like a newborn tadpole. 6 sets of hands emerged from within Steve's hull, taking hold of their fellow SEAL, pulling him into the safety of their flooded chamber. Immediately, Steve, in full emergency mode, snapped shut the hatch cover, already blasting the men with pure high-pressure oxygen, nitrogen, and helium. The hold being forced dry as they lay their fallen brother in arms flat upon the diamond deck plate. Jim sprints through the now open companionway door, sliding upon his knees to the unconscious man's head, hands at the ready. Squeezing, his legs clamping the patient's head into a neutral cervical spine position, protecting his spinal cord. Others cut away the SEAL's wetsuit. One man holds up a lone section of plastic zip tie, formerly embedded in a lower section of leg. Concussion, Jim announces to Steve and the others after gently removing the dive mask, partially filled with blood. Get me a light, Jim barely announcing to a SEAL near him, and an airway bag. Steve, Jim moderately raising his voice. Yes, Jim, a solemn tone. How can I help? Flank speed home, Jim's voice flat, devoid of inflection or emotion. Receiving a small flashlight from a SEAL, still dripping seawater, Jim flicks the light off one pupil, then the next. Only one is reactive to light, the first fixed and fully dilated. Traumatic brain injury. Must have smacked his head on the side of the container. Looks like he never got a chance at cutting away the last zip tie from his right leg, one of his fellow SEALs standing over his limp body. Bag him, Jim instructing another to begin forcing oxygen into his patient's lungs using a flexible football-shaped bag with a clear mask attached to it after carefully opening the airway. Here, take over holding C-spine, Jim sliding upward away from his head. Need to tube him. Assembling a number 7.5 endotracheal tube with a wire stylet, attaching a syringe to the inflatable cuff, Jim goes flat on his chest, propped prone upon his right elbow. He inserts a curved Macintosh blade into the man's mouth and upper throat areas. Suction. The SEAL assists by removing blood and bits of broken teeth. The oral cavity now clear, Jim proceeds. Moving the epiglottis aside, he's able to visualize with the blade's small light the 2 white vocal cords. Passing the tube alongside the blade, he inserts its tip, pushing past the cords. Once inside the trachea itself, Jim withdraws the wire stylet from inside the tube, attaches the ventilating bag, gently squeezing it. The SEAL's chest rises. Jim inflates the small cuff at the tip of the endotracheal tube, securing it within the man's airway. Here, keep bagging him, allowing another SEAL to continue squeezing air into his fellow warrior's lungs. Equal bilateral breath sounds. Good tube, Steve proclaims. Steve, can you scan his head for me? Jim rising to his feet, motioning other men to get a flat backboard to fully immobilize his patient's body and to wrap him in a heated blanket. Already scanned him from head to toe. You're correct in your diagnosis, Jim. Concussion. He has an enlarging subdural hematoma of the right temporal lobe. No other apparent injuries, including a clear spinal exam, Steve pronouncing as simultaneously he projects the scanned images as holograms. ETA home? Jim's hands directing the other men as he assembles an intravenous set, preparing to administer normal saline in support of his patient's blood pressure, and to provide ready access for the drugs he will administer. 3 hours, Steve's tone subdued. Best I can do, almost emotional. What do you have for surgical instruments? Jim scanning the cargo hold. All you need. I can replicate them as needed. I have a craniotomy set for you. To a man, each SEAL looks at Jim, bewildered. No, I'm just a simple medic, Jim smiling. Steve, get me Dr. Minton on a monitor if you can find him. Already have people looking for him, Steve sounding confident. BB enters the cargo bay. Crew quarters cleared out for you, Doc. They move their patient to a table, a holographic monitor at the ready for Jim. Everyone to the showers. We need to be as clean as possible when we open his skull. BB remaining along with 2 of his crew to continue administering oxygen and monitoring their patient's vital signs and the IV, Jim quickly established before leaving to shower. What about another hospital? BB asked Jim upon his return to the crew quarters. Steve, alternate destinations? Jim scrubbing up his arms and hands for surgery, indicating to BB to do the same. Military actions and earth changes widespread. Difficult to establish any safe havens at this time. Suggest we proceed with the surgery. Can you assist? I mean, physically? Jim's mind sorting through the algorithms, both familiar and new, the latter being fed electromagnetically via Steve into Jim's own memory. Literally, Steve was downloading the knowledge of a brain surgeon into Jim's own. I will guide you, Steve fully confident. I can form holographic hands of my own. I'd rather use yours if you don't mind, Jim. All right then, we don't have time to mess around here. Project your scans. I need to see inside his head at the damage. Project a laser line upon his head, outlining the affected area. Motioning to one of the SEALs, directing him to begin completely and quickly shaving his fellow SEAL's head. Steve used what amounted to an advanced version of the older, more common forms of scanning such as CT and MRI, employing a biomagnetometer with the acronym SURF for Spin Exchange Relaxation Free Magnetometer, at 1,000 times greater sensitivity than the previous technique in measuring extremely subtle magnetic fields. The SQUID, or Superconducting Quantum Interference Device. The images provided to Jim were of a higher resolution and depth. From the scans, Steve translated them into 3-dimensional holographic images. He replicates the SEAL's brain, including all injury-affected area, as a solid model for Jim. For a few moments while shaving, their patient regains consciousness, having a brief lucid interval, then suddenly vomiting before once again losing consciousness. Following the management of his airway by repositioning him onto his right side and applying vigorous suctioning while protecting his spinal column, Jim's team is able to begin the actual operation. Examining the model, it is readily apparent to Jim where the etiology of the bleeding is occurring within his patient's skull. He suffered a traumatic brain injury, an extraaxial hemorrhage. Moving from the model to the SEAL's head, Jim picks up a sterile stainless steel drill motor. There is a laceration of the middle meningeal artery here, pointing the tip of a drill bit back into the 3D model of the patient's brain. Between the dura mater and the outermost meninx and the actual skull bone itself, being a high-pressure system, it increases the intracranial pressure inside the skull. Jim begins with one hand cleaning the entire bare skull with a providone iodine solution. Only 1 to 3% of head injuries bleed like this. Most don't receive critical surgical intervention in time to survive them. BB, Jim begins. 10 cc's of morphine, IV push, in case he begins regaining consciousness again. We need to perform a decompressive craniotomy, but first I need to drill a burr hole over the affected area. The SEALs are incredulous. Making a small incision, Jim clears away the skin, using the sterile drill bit. Slowly he begins the procedure as one SEAL clamps his fellow soldier's head between his hands, as if in a vice. Finally, inserting a small sterile plastic tube, Jim is able to relieve some of the initial pressure until he can reach and evacuate the blood clot. Using a scalpel, Jim cuts through the epidermis, dermis, subcutis, hypodermis, and the periosteum, finally reaching the skull bone, creating a semicircle of the scalp, covering this in a sterile drape. He is left with the bare white skull bone. Once again, Jim begins drilling. 3 more holes in total, creating a square section. Into one, Jim inserts a length of stainless cutting wire, drawing it through after grasping the other end in forceps. Then, grasping both ends, alternately, he pulls back and forth until finally cutting through the bone. Repeating the process 3 more times, he then lifts the bone plate free of the dura mater, covering the man's actual brain. Good. Keep suctioning away the blood, Jim calmly guides BB, effectively serving as his surgical nurse. I'm going to lift and cut away this sac of blood, the actual hematoma. Then we should be able to see the source of the bleeder. A little suturing, and we'll close him back up. Sounds simple enough, BB encouraged by Jim's confident demeanor. It is if you know where to look, Jim gently, slowly lifting the rhythmically throbbing sac. Locating several blood vessels feeding blood into it, Jim clamps off the posterior branch of the middle meningeal artery, BB slowly shaking his head in amazement. Each of the smaller ones are cut using an electric self-cauterizing scalpel, sealing the vessels as he proceeds across the damaged areas. The bleeding ceases as BB mops up the last of it with a small sterile sponge at the end of his forceps. Now for the anastomosis of that artery. A full hour passes as Jim and his team complete the repairs by suturing the ends of the damaged artery together. Now we can close, but I don't want to replace the section of skull we lifted off. Put it in refrigeration until we can get him to a real doctor. You make a real good substitute, BB, smiling over at Jim as he steps away from their patient. Thanks, but if we didn't have Steve and all his knowledge, this man would be dead by now. Jim pulling off his bloody surgical gloves, tossing them into a biohazard container. We needed your hands, Steve offering, and thank you. Happy to be of service. Can you guys let me know in the chat room if you're still hearing me? It looks like the chat has gone quiet. Looks like the chat's gone silent to me. So just give me a comment in chat real quick so I know that we still have audio. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Okay, very good. Thank you. I sometimes wonder if my broadcast signal gets monkeyed with, so I just wanted to check with you guys. Thank you. The cold penetrating bones while swimming laps of their underground labyrinth. Laura tolerating a few minutes with Jim, departing for a hot shower. He needed it, the cold. Of course, he knew he was alive. Nothing so trite. Perhaps only an unconscious testing of the continuing physical changes instituted by George through Steve. He knew his connection with the artificially intelligent computer was more than physics could explain. Even here in this chamber, sealed off from the main cavern, containing their supplies of fresh water, miles from Steve, they were connected. George explained plainly enough how, through quantum entanglement, they exchanged data and thoughts. Uncomfortable? No. But like the frigid waters, Steve penetrated his mind, influencing his ongoing bodily changes. You about done? Jim's thoughts interrupted, arriving at her feet out of the distant absolute darkness of the stone pool. Smiling up, a quick thought of pulling her ankles back in, an even faster conclusion telling him to back off. Yes, quickly hoisting his hard body up alongside her. Even in the dim light, she admired him. He may be undergoing bodily changes, but none externally. For her, he looked as he had always. Her swimmer. There was something about watching his powerful yet graceful movements through water that did it for her. Hot food getting cold, slinging a towel around his neck, pulling him in for a full and hard kiss. He was there in the moment, enjoying his bride, all the while considering what lay ahead. As clear as the blackened purity of the pool, Jim's intellect illustrated the battle before them. He hated the thought of dragging her into it. The reality, all of humanity was. As you know, we've less than 48 hours before their computer network goes live, George reminding Laura's father. Hank was seated in their silos control center, looking over at his new son-in-law and beaming bride. Hank says, "You've done well, Jim." Just part of a team, wolfing down a second helping of scrambled eggs, bacon, and ham, accompanied by Lieutenant Don Casey and his remaining SEALs. Now that you all have had some downtime, let's consider the loss to our team. George motioning for everyone to take a seat around the curvature of the steel-walled room. Quoting from 1 Corinthians 11:31, "For if we would judge ourselves, we would not be judged. In an age of grace, it is possible to lose sight of the notion of judgment. At least 5 judgments apply to all Christians. The judgment by civil authorities for law-breaking, the judgment seat of Christ, the judgment by church leaders on unrepentant members, self-judgment, the responsibility of every Christian to judge his or her own sins, and the judgment of God upon unrepentant Christians in the form of discipline. The judgment of highest priority is self-judgment, the confession of our sins, and turning from them so as not to face the judgment from others. It is this judgment that Paul exhorted to the Corinthian Christians to make when he discovered that they were dishonoring the Lord's table or communion in the church. Because they failed to judge themselves, repent of their carnality and disorder, God had visited the church with sickness and death. Self-judgment, the examination of our life, should be a daily discipline based on the promise of God's gracious forgiveness. Jim raising up from his seat, moving toward one of the computer workstations near George, turning, facing the 143 gathered inside the room, and extending into the adjoining tunnel entrances. Are we called by God to hand out judgment? We are his servants. We do according to his will and plan. George moving to his seat, Martha squeezing his right hand in comfort. Pacing. How do we know? Smiling. That, my son, comes to each through the indwelling of his Holy Spirit. It is not of man and his thoughts and laws. Discernment and wisdom imparted upon each man or woman by God himself. Jim standing in the middle of the circular room, pointing his right index finger upward at the overhead steel. Imparted through prayer? Yes. George, without difficulty, again rising to his feet. Think of it in terms not unlike the quantum entanglement shared between you and Steve. Placing his right hand atop Jim's left shoulder, firmly squeezing it, and through his word. Laura rising, moving alongside, extending Jim her Bible, looking into her eyes. At 16, I accepted Christ as my Savior. George moving slightly to one side, his left hand guiding Laura's Bible closer to Jim's chest. Jim, I know the Holy Spirit dwells within you. Your questions are quite normal, as is your confusion. A lot in a very short time has changed in your world, and in all of ours. But why me? Why the changes to my mind and body? Jim moving away from Laura and George, the assembled group watching in silence. I too have asked this in prayer. After all, you are my son. I don't relish the thoughts of what you've been through, nor what is before you. George turning as he follows Jim's pacing along the circle prescribed before his teammates. Well then, Jim halting across the radius of the room, I can only move forward and encourage you to do the same, in faith, George approaching him once again. That's it? Jim's tone not one of anger, but only in seeking of a confirmation from his elderly and wise father. Out of all the scriptures, it's that simple? Yes. Faith in God's knowledge and power, beyond anything man's mind is capable of comprehending. Jim receiving Laura's Bible from George's outstretched right hand. And why is that? Why did God put limits on our minds? Why can't we know what he does? Jim randomly opening the Bible, initially at midpoint, then at falling to the beginning. Sounds like the same conversation that took place long ago in the Garden of Eden, does it not? George amused, but not surprised. Man has been seeking answers ever since, and devising those of his own making. Hank, having risen from his own seat, moves to the two men, drawing Laura in close. This is a good time for all of us to bow our heads in prayer. The four assembled in the center of the room as the remaining 140 move in towards them. George leading, Lord, we seek your leadership and the imparting of your knowledge upon all who are gathered here before you. In faith, we put on your full armor, beginning and ending in your word. Now's a good time, George moving from the center of the control room toward a large steel doorway, sealed shut. For what? Jim's still full of questions to everyone's amusement. Seek and ye shall find, George motioning to Lieutenant Casey to rotate the large steel wheel, opening the hatch's locking dogs. Swinging it open, good-naturedly he bows, gesturing Jim to enter another room. Jim taps the lieutenant upon his head, stepping over the high lip of the doorway. Bathed in shimmering white light emanating from high above his head, Jim stops dead in his tracks, only a few feet after entering. Rising and extending a full 60 feet in diameter is the most complex structure Jim has ever encountered, much less imagined. Housed within an external framework composed of tubes and balls, arranged as larger triangles. It supporting an open sphere within. Slowly his eyes fixated upon this spherical object, its surface delineated only by a faint line imparted to an otherwise crystal clear interior. Jim stepped slowly around its circumference. "What is all that?" Jim pointing to a complex maze of flat triangles and similar shapes, each point connected by small balls, disappearing deep within the core. "Those, you might say, are processors," George remaining in the steel doorway, allowing only Jim into what formerly housed his older son supercomputer, and before that, an intercontinental ballistic missile armed with a nuclear warhead. George continuing, "Geometrically, it's known as a 600-cell, vertex-centered Schlegel diagram." "This is no diagram," Jim touching one of the gold balls and several of the interconnecting black tubes. "This is real gold, and these are carbon fiber. Probably originally nanocarbon fiber, self-replicating, no doubt." Finally, George steps fully within the former missile tube, allowing Laura and the others to follow along inside. Jim goes silent. Turning toward George, standing directly opposite, but visible through the intertwining facets of the sphere. He takes a few steps back away, looking up toward the massive steel and concrete sliding hatch at ground level, 700 feet above. The circular shaft fills with the entire group of 144. Jim, still looking upward, steps in toward the sphere, finally reaching out, touching one of the black tubes, his eyes transfixed at the ceiling as though Michelangelo inspecting that of the Sistine Chapel. It is moving. The tube beneath his left index finger. "It's growing," Jim whispers, slowly lowering his gaze, his face shimmering white, eyes watery. "Oh," Laura gasps, seeing his face, but remaining stationary alongside George, her father opposite. "Yes," George solemn. "Alive?" Jim placing both palms flat upon a single tube, then grasping it tightly as if about to try pushing it like a toy. "Steady there, Atlas," George beginning to laugh, then catching himself. "Answer me," Jim's eyes narrowing, piercing at George from the opposite side through the mesh of triangles. "Not according to God," George leaning in, placing his head beyond the outermost framing. "Then man?" Jim likewise moving inside the structure. "Artificially speaking, yes." George motioning to Hank and Laura to assist him with climbing fully inside the outer framework. Jim follows suit. George, with great difficulty, continues moving through the tubes towards the center. Jim as well. Achieving the maximum travel possible, instinctively, each man stretches forth an arm and hand, extending their index fingers, Jim his left, George his right, until finally touching at the exact center point of the sphere. This center being of open air, not an actual object defined by gold balls and tubes, having been formed into a single, four-sided tetrahedron. "There, my son, is Polly's heart," George relaxing in his horizontally outstretched position, mirroring that of Jim's own. "Polly?" he laughs. "Yes. Hope Laura doesn't get jealous of her," George's face meeting Jim's in big grins. "Nah, not her. My only question now is, how the heck do we get out of here?" Jim enjoying seeing his father as a kid inside his huge jungle gym. "No problem," George motioning to Hank to move their direction. A few moments later, the entire group of 141 people have gathered surrounding the overall structure. Hank providing direction. 1, on 3, everyone pull equally. "What the?" Jim incredulous. The entire apparatus separates into 2 equal halves, leaving Jim's head and shoulders dangling into open space, while George's remain inside the last innermost tetrahedron unit, still attached to his half. Removing it, several of the group assist both in their extractions. Freed from the inner confines, they replace the tetrahedron, the group pushing together the two halves, once again forming up the sphere within. "What's this about Polly?" Laura asking George. "And what was all that climbing around in there?" "Having a little fun is all," George providing her his trademark impish smirk. "No, really," she presses. "This shape is what is known in geometry as a 600-cell polyhedron." "Never heard of it," Laura looking over. "Poly? Why?" "Why what?" George, with assistant, seating himself upon the steel floor of the missile room. Following his lead, the remaining 143 do likewise. "What is this for? And where's your son supercomputer?" Laura's natural stubbornness and curiosity welling up. "The computer was moved into another section of our complex. A smaller portion of it is maintaining our day-to-day operations." George accepting a bottle of water from Hank. "George," Jim the only one still standing, "is this a larger version of Steve's computer?" The room goes silent. "Yes, indeed. Very perceptive of you, Jim. Or did Steve tell you?" George resting over onto one elbow. "No, as a matter of fact, he did a pretty good job of concealing it from me," Jim feigning irritation. "Not his fault. I told him it was to be a surprise." "I'll play along here. How about a little back and forth, without Steve's help, of course?" Jim pacing along the edge of Polly, in front of the group seated along one side of her. "You agreed. She is self-replicating." "Yes," George letting the word stretch out, as he did the same across the floor on his back. "But I don't see any growth taking place right now," Jim again gently touching one of the black tubes forming the outermost framework. "It is, only much more slowly." "Hank, would you do the honors?" George looking up and over at Laura's father, she giving him a look of consternation. "Sure." Bounding to his feet, Hank moves to a small equipment cart. Wheeling it over, he attaches a thick black cable running from the centermost tetrahedron within the sphere. A second cable running from the cart, disappearing to the outside of the missile room. Everyone else, including Jim, are not sure what to expect from Hank and George's little demonstration. George simply nods towards Hank, who then presses a small button on the face of a stainless steel cabinet. As if in slow motion, a half-spherical cover retracts, revealing a complex array of controls. George nods again. Assisting Hank, physicist Justine McIntosh and Judy Hilligus set about energizing the equipment. George lays flat onto his back, staring 700 feet up at the ceiling formed by the sliding horizontal concrete and steel cover over the missile tube. Jim taking a few steps back from Polly, not sure what to expect next from his curious and mischievous father. Justine turns, looking over her shoulder towards George, and seeing his broad grin, she flips up a red plastic safety cover from over a large toggle switch. Receiving approval from Judy, she pushes the switch forward. Nothing visible is seen. Not a sound is heard. Only the digital readouts indicating anything is taking place. Turning once more toward the framework, Jim grasps a section of carbon tube in both hands. A moment passes, as then a smile begins passing over his face. George notices, says nothing to him or the group as Jim begins climbing up along the first few rungs of tubes until reaching the top of the intersection forming the sphere itself, standing atop it, using 2 tubes as bracing running beneath his armpits. His eyes locked upon Laura's. Not sure, finally she speaks without breaking contact with Jim. He's moving upward. Yes, is all George cares to say in the moment. Justine McIntosh and Lieutenant Don Casey move over alongside her, intent upon seeing as she does. Laura is joined by her father, Hank. Giving them a few moments, then Jim speaks. She's growing. More specifically, replicating, Justine acknowledging. How large? I mean, will she outgrow this space? Laura's eyes locked with Jim's. We can stop at any time, and we will. Already, Polly is ready. Justine looking back, receiving a nod of agreement from Judy. How long did it take for her to grow to this size? Laura suddenly feeling afraid of what may be in store for Jim. 6 days, Justine answers as she too casts her view upward toward Jim's lone figure atop the over 60-foot framework. And on the 7th day God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the 7th day from all his work which he had made. Genesis 2:2. George heaving a large sigh. Hank was the first to notice. Quickly kneeling alongside his 98-year-old friend, he calls up to Jim. Hearing Hank's orders, Judy cuts the power to Polly, ceasing only her process of rapid replication. Jim, Laura screams. Moving like a crazed chimpanzee, Jim leaps from tube to tube, finally bounding to the steel floor, following a 20-foot leap from the structure. Crash cart, Jim yells to Lieutenant Casey. Already 2 of his men have exited the missile room, knowing they needed to retrieve Jim's medical equipment. Stat. Steve, Jim's tone shifting to one of flat, serious, methodical business. Instantly drained of all emotional connection with his father, George had become but one of thousands Jim had treated during his paramedic career. I'm here, Jim. I can't scan him from here. Polly can, Steve replies from somewhere along the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico. Jim, BB here. BB here. Good. May need you too. Steve, how do I communicate with Polly? I'll introduce you to her, Steve, all business. I'm right here with you, Jim. Jim senses her, though not audibly. EKG? Jim seemingly talking to himself with both Steve and now Polly. Ventricular tachycardia. Seizure imminent. The 2 men returning with Jim's medical crash cart. Placing 2 cardiac electrode pads to George's bare chest. Polly now in effect functioning as the world's largest, most complex automatic external defibrillator. Remote cardioversion. Clear, Jim orders everyone. George remains semi-conscious throughout. Polly delivers a synchronized electric cardioversion, an electric shock of 100 joules. No change. Again, Jim. Polly communicating solely with Jim. This is repeated through 200, 300, and finally 360 joules of electricity. Upon the last, George suffers a massive seizure, even following a lidocaine bolus and 100% oxygen administration provided by Jim's makeshift medical team. Jim directs Lieutenant Casey to begin CPR for all he's worth, while Jim prepares to intubate his father. Polly continues providing Jim with all the readings from her elaborate body-wide and systems-wide scans of George. Kneeling at his father's head, about to insert a laryngoscope blade into his mouth, when he's interrupted. Jim, please stop. He's shocked, as if hit by another cardioversion. She'd been silent from the outset, even before initially entering the missile room and viewing Polly with the group. She knew. Wanting for Jim and the others to revel in her husband's accomplishment, not to detract from his moment. Please. Quietly approaching both Jim and her husband of 70 years. But, Jim's eyes pleading upward to both her and God. Placing her right hand upon his head and stroking it. It's okay. Moving around Jim, she kneels alongside George, taking up his frail, now limp left hand into her own. She begins rotating his wedding band between her fingers, while smiling and looking directly and deeply into her husband's moistening eyes. She can see him slipping away. Leaning in, softly, longingly, she kisses his forehead, remaining until feeling his soul slipping through her own head and body. A shudder is seen by all. Jim sits back upon the cold steel of the floor. He too felt his father's soul passing. Polly speaking only to Jim. I am so sorry, my brother. Did you feel him too? Jim hardly capable of speaking out loud, his throat constricted, his chest heaving back, tears overwhelming his tortured face. Yes, we all did, she replies. What? Jim not sure he heard her correctly through it all. Jim, Bibi interrupting, we all felt his soul moving through us, even here in the Gulf. The others in the room unable to hear his conversation, but understanding the mechanism of the technology before them. Put this on speaker, Jim getting to his feet, tossing the laryngoscope handle and blade assembly into the crash cart's open drawer. You mean to tell me, Bibi, you felt my father's soul passing? How? Because, Jim, Polly, Steve, and me, and my crew are all quantum entangled with you. Jim goes silent, looking around the missile room at the 143, including his father, gathered before him. Some there with you knew me and my men to be holograms. Bibi's tone solemn. And, Jim cutting him off, there's more? A lot more. For now, we need to get you back on the stick, as you like to stay. Trouble's afoot, Bibi's voice rising. Of course, Jim turning around, facing up at Polly, then straight up toward the top of the silo. Let's have it. Steve has taken care of mentoring Polly to your age of 33. Did so concurrent with your training of him to the same age. She's ready. Bibi activating a large display panel to the rear of the missile room, displaying Bibi. A second next to the first goes active. The face of a young woman presents herself to Jim and the group. Oh my God, a woman from the back of the group calls out. Martha moves in close alongside Jim, taking him by the shoulders. Why? Why would he do this to us? Jim turning away from the dual screens, once again observing his father's lifeless body laid out upon the cold steel floor. She's not your sister. Bibi quickly interjecting. I know Polly called you brother. George told her to say that. This was to be revealed to you by him, but things don't always go according to man's plans. Silently, alone Laura moves away from her father, from the screens to the far side of spherical Polly. Bibi goes silent. No one else dares make a sound as Jim, noticing Laura has left the group, moves to join her. Several minutes of profound silence fills the 7-story missile tube, save for the barely audible, muffled words emanating from the opposite side of Polly. Jim, Laura, cradled beneath his chin, returns to his father's body. We understand. Don't anyone ask us how. We just do. Perhaps it was an immediate answer to our immediate prayers back there. Jim and Laura both crying, the tears free-flowing down, neither bothering wiping at them. Finally, Laura, rotating out from beneath Jim's chin and chest, announces, "It is God's will, and was George's, following in faith, that we know what is to be done." Both move in front of the group, standing beneath the two large overhead monitors. Beebe's face is then replaced by Jim's. The second screen already displaying Laura's. Moving to their respective work areas within the large complex of tunnels and rooms, each member of the 144-person team hurriedly setting into motion the final plan set forth by George, the late Captain Richard Anderson, Lieutenant Don Casey, and their SEAL team members. It was their Plan B. Anticipating failure of one's Plan A, SEALs always had B, C, D, and even E in there somewhere. And once, and usually only once, the entire 26 letters of the English alphabet was tossed at the enemy by these great alpha warriors. Today, they fully expected it. We can't do this remotely. We've got to get back up. Same as working the streets in Oakland, Jim telling those gathered in the main control room. We'll handle things here, Justine announcing, with a smartly upraised chin displayed by Judy. I think 3 women should just about do it, Laura laughing, knowing Jim will be departing back aboard Steve for the Mediterranean Sea. Only now, some names having been changed. Gone is Steve, replaced by Jim. Likewise gone is Polly, now Laura. Before embarking to sea, another wedding ceremony of sorts was held. Certainly Jim and Laura already were married, only now their relationship literally extended into their digital namesakes. As Steve had done for Jim, Polly did for Laura. Now, with the full blessing of Laura's parents and Jim's mother, permanent quantum links entangled each of them to their respective computers, and between each of them. 4, 2 human, 2 artificial quantum computers, forming a 4-node network. The computers certainly were merged, operating in unison. The 2 human brains? Certainly a case can be made, once married, they too merge, and now networked as a group. It was your father's dream for this to happen, Martha had explained to Jim, in conference with Laura and her parents. I don't pretend to understand the science, only the purpose. To do God's will. Many hours your father and I prayed, seeking God's counsel and confirmation each step of the way towards this day. Man's science has developed from God's creations, many advancements, and performs many wonders. What is important to understand is everything and everyone ultimately is of and from God. He alone created all we know of life and what we call the universe. It is in how we choose, how we use what God has given to each of us, she concludes. Free will, Jim adds. Jim, Dr. Justine McIntosh interrupting preparation of his medical backpack. The other purpose of the Large Hadron Collider, we'd like to review with you. The Strangelets, stopping, turning, facing her Dr. Hillegas and Laura. Yes, Justine pacing along their row of workstations and monitors. With all due respect, without the benefit of George's fabulous mind, Judy and I would like to tap the two of yours. 1. Remember, we're married. Laura smiling broadly, kissing Jim on his left cheek. Judy for a moment looking away, trying to control her emotions. Right, Justine all business in her tone, but not missing noticing Judy. These idiots both at CERN and Brookhaven with their RHIC really imagine they can control the chain reactions of those quark gluon condensates once they've broached the 10 TeV barrier. While the relativistic heavy ion collider produced droplets of strange quark matter with a baryon number of 10 to 30 and a negative charge, and they've fallen out of their detectors, Laura adding. Yes, straight to the Earth's core, Judy turning back to the group, making sure none of the remaining team are within earshot. These are the heaviest atoms on the planet. They will grow exponentially. This won't be noticed by anyone except in the form of increased earthquakes, much larger ones, as the strangelets attach themselves to the core's atoms, then moving into the outer regions of magma. Jim looking up at the banks of large screen monitors displaying the current conditions of the world at large. Exactly, Jim. Moving up to the edge of a workstation, turning and resting against it, facing her colleagues. At the RHIC, they've produced large amounts of strange quarks in lumps. The most dangerous type, SSS, the heaviest and negatively charged, meaning they'll attach themselves to all atoms. Pacing again, Jim picks up. Essentially, their colliders are circular quark cannons with infinitely long barrels. The bullets are heavy ions, accelerated, giving them more mass, as in E equals mc squared. This transforms them into heavier quarks or strange quarks. Yes, Justine pushing herself off from the workstation's countertop into the center of the large command and control room. At the point of collision, achieving more than 10 TeV, the lump forms into a mass of strange quarks, known as strange liquid or strangelets. Jim, restless, having increased his rate of pacing in circles outside the group, stops dead in his tracks. Facing them, this is the strongest explosive in the universe. Jim, Lieutenant Don Casey, moments before having entered the room, overhearing the last part of their conversation. I recall your suggestion, upon first meeting George at the silo, the inversion of Einstein's famous equation. I had no idea back then what it was I was talking about, Jim a little stunned. You do now, my love, you do now, Laura moving in close to his chest. M equals EC squared. Quarks deconfine, forming mass bombs, and with free will, consequences. Won't be long, Jim arising from his seat, taking up 2 large overstuffed mil-spec backpacks. Laura stretches to her feet, faking nonchalance, then flinging her arms forcefully around his neck. A big wet one planted, she steps back from her husband. Kick ass, badass. That brings a cheer from the dozen or so in the immediate vicinity. Steve, now fully known and respected as Jim, moves up to from the soft bottom of the murky, oil-polluted Gulf of Mexico. Their pace quickening with each mile of ocean as they cross, not bothering with submersion, knowing every sensor around the world is hunting for them. No longer are they concerned with stealth. Their enemy can and will track every move. And this is, to Jim and his 143rd person team's liking. BB, I realize we share the same computer brain and all, but mine sometimes gets in the way. Think this will work? Jim seated in Richard's former command chair on the bridge of their Manta submarine. Yep, BB seated to his right, with Lieutenant Casey to his left. That's all you got? Jim laughing. I'll give you some more if you need it, BB offering up his best rendition of a wise old man. Look, you two, Lieutenant Casey interrupting, I don't have the benefit of an entangled connection to a quantum computer. Mind explaining a bit more about the improvements George made in building Polly? Now, of course, Laura. Geez, things have gotten complicated. And I thought women were complicated before. God's sense of humor, Jim getting up from his chair, preferring to keep moving about the bridge area. She's really no different than the computer on board here, only grown to a larger size is all. BB likewise rising to his feet, leaving Don seated and feeling a bit like an elementary school kid trapped with two teachers. Or was it one? Or really four? Crap, it was complicated. He'd asked. Jim begins. The enemy has a quantum computer based upon qubits. Ours, now Laura and myself, are based upon polyhedrons. It is interesting, as a side note, they are chasing down the so-called God particle, the Higgs boson particle, using the Large Hadron Collider. This means they're focused upon quantum states as defined by man's mathematical models, both on the micro as well as the macro scales. Got all that, Don sitting back enjoying the show, but it's the polyhedrons I don't get. Jim continues. They're chasing, pardon the intended puns, hadrons, or elementary particles subject to strong interaction, including baryons and mesons. We're using hadrons, which are faces, making up our two, now entangled, diamond crystal computers. Which is why Laura and you both are 600 cell polyhedrons, Don proud of himself. Yes, Jim adding, also known as a tetraplex, or tetrahedral complex, and polytetrahedron, bounded by tetrahedral cells. Thus, where the idea of the cells come in, Don crossing one leg over the other and bouncing it. BB taking over. All right, smart guy, looking back toward Don. Tell us about the faces then. That left Don stumped and perturbed as he felt he was on a roll with these two. BB back in. Actually, that's a bit misleading. The faces are only for data storage. The real processors are in the gold balls you saw making up Laura's framework. That brought both a chuckle and some looks between the all-male crew. Didn't bother Jim in the least, but he stepped forward. Contained within each ball are identical 600-cell processors, down to the quantum level and scale. This is the genius of George. You mean to tell me, literally, he took the micro world and scaled it all the way up to a computer over 60 feet in diameter? I mean, I knew Laura was a computer and all. I just didn't know how small her components were, or what they were made of. Don now getting to his feet and pacing. So each ball contains smaller versions of 600-cell polyhedrons. Right. And not simply one 600 per ball. Remember, what you see on the outside at 60 feet keeps repeating over and over down to a single 600-cell unit at the actual quantum level, Jim illustrating with his hands. That single 600 is smaller than the qubit used by the other side. And being made of diamond crystals, it doesn't need to be supercooled and electromagnetically isolated like theirs does. BB giving Don room to move about when a thought occurs to him. Say, with their 1024s and a single 2048 are housed in insulated black cubes, are they not? Right. And again to cool and isolate the qubits into a superconducting condition of superposition, Jim tossing in. And ours is a sphere, Don becoming lost in his own thoughts. BB and Jim giving him time. Picking up, would that have anything to do with their modeling of the universe? What I mean is, whether you're talking macro or micro, even quantum sizes, you're still having to use the same math, therefore the same models at each scale to describe our world in terms of geometry, right? Yes, of course, BB chiming in for Don. Then I conclude George is using a different model at each scale, a sphere rather than a cube. And, Jim turning, encouraging Don along, that must mean they see the macro, the universe, vastly different than George, and therefore you two and Laura. Don practically jumping off the diamond deck of the submarine. Yes, indeed. Keep going. Jim enjoying seeing his friend so caught up in the discovery. They see the universe and describe it with their math as straight lines and flat planes, extending straight out from their Big Bang event. But that's not how George saw it. He saw it as curved space, forming into a sphere. Right, BB taking over. If you extend a flat line far enough along the surface of the Earth, eventually it will curve downward due to the natural curvature of the planet and the gravity holding it into a sphere. And I thought we'd done away with the flat Earth theory, Don looking over at their navigation table. BB continuing, Pythagoras, a mathematician, stated the most perfect figure was a sphere. Aximenius, a scientist, believed the Earth was a rectangle. So here we are, living proof, Jim and BB shaking hands. ETA Cyprus, 30 minutes, Don announcing to his fellow SEALs. The remainder of the crew, save for Jim, all being holograms, already knew this. Jim, linked as he was to their 600-cell polyhedron-containing sphere, was fully aware. Course correction in 5, BB making his own announcement, surprising the SEALs. Explaining, look, Don, as you guys know, we've made no bones about hiding ourselves from the enemy. We wanted them to go on about their merry little ways, setting up and networking their computers. Where to then? I thought their AI unit, the 2048, on Mount Olympus at Cyprus. Don drawing his finger across a map on their holographic navigation table. It's not, BB stating flatly. Then where is it? Don turning, facing him. And if not, then why did we lose 3 of our men trying to hit it? Trying to diffuse things a little, Jim moves up to the nav table. Adjusting, he brings the 7 churches of Revelation into view. Turkey, Don gesturing the other SEAL to move in close. Didn't we abort that part of the mission? I thought we were on to plan B. Looks like incoming, a holographic crew member announces with Jim and BB already on it before anything was said. It had crossed their minds that having the human SEALs aboard was, at least for the time being, a hindrance. Jim was crash diving the sub, using nothing more than a wave of both hands downward. It was a delicate balancing act, realizing his every move is manifest in the actions of their sub. Now, before I go on, just a quick programming note. I have about 20 pages left to read if you want to bear with me. The SEALs strapping into their respective seats, following the actions of their 3 senior officers, retired early out of the Navy, enlisting in George's campaigns. Still, they preferred and were accustomed to a chain of command. For their benefit, the other crew called out sensor readings. Hard butt, a multiple warhead system designed to defeat hard and deeply buried targets. Putting as much water between themselves and the warhead was about all Jim had time to act upon. Penetrating concrete and steel-reinforced bunkers or even mountain hideouts was one thing. The warhead easily could deal with conventional fortifications. It was, however, not designed to penetrate water, for water is virtually incompressible. Hence the working theory behind the power of hydraulics. Perhaps it had been able to slow its descent. It may have reached its intended target. As it was, the faster it traveled, the harder it would impact the seawater. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, Beebe amused. Ah, you want to lend a hand here? Jim, finding it difficult to maintain some sense of smoothness in controlling their 300-foot wide sub. We'll do this one together, Beebe taking the command chair, Jim seated in the right. Relieved, it gave Jim a chance for asking, how come you and I didn't become aware of this launch until so late in the game? Too close. Ship-based launch. See that container ship? Beebe easing back on their speed, allowing the sub a gentler rate of descent. Looks derelict. No signs of propulsion. Adrift, Jim examining their readings. Meant to look that way. Launched from a container housed on its stern deck. They shot at us point blank, a SEAL excitedly remarks. All is fair in love and war, Beebe calling back over his shoulder. I'll take more love, Jim watching in his mind, the data streaming through their computer systems, tracking the missile's plunge into the sea. Its precursor charge exploding nanoseconds above the water, creating a massive crater. It was all achieved, allowing the actual warhead penetration to a depth of some 100 feet. There it met unyielding water, hydraulically compressing the missile body, crushing the explosive device. Radiation, Jim relaying to his SEALs. They were going to try another nuke on us. Guess they don't understand you can't compress water, or diamonds. Only makes us tougher, Jim explaining. Denser, one of the SEALs mumbles behind Jim's back, whereupon he hits the warrior with a full bottle of water. Hydraulics, how's that feel? It serves to break things up. Why Turkey? Don easing out of his left seat position. Pergamon, Jim taking over the controls from Beebe. Thanks, man. You'll get the feel for it, Beebe changing seats, walking the SEALs over to the chart table. Otherwise known back in the day as Satan's Throne. Germans took it and rebuilt it in Berlin. No matter, it's not the throne we're after. What's there then? I thought only one of the 7 1024s was going to be there, the SEAL asks. Pretty straightforward operation, if that were the case, Beebe changing the image from a map to a satellite imagery for the SEALs. Since George's successful activation of Polly, now Laura, we've determined the quantum computer on Cyprus to be a 1024 model, not the artificially intelligent 2048. Dawn is pissed. I'll ask it again. Why did Richard and our guys die up on that mountain? Not in vain, my friend, believe me. Had the timing been better, we'd never gone up there, Beebe looking directly into the slightly shorter warrior's eyes. They did buy us the intel we needed. How? Dawn still angry. Again, timing is everything. It slowed them down, made them overly cautious. As a result, they reinforced everything. Every one of those 8 locations. The 7 churches in Turkey and Cyprus. Now, what can you tell me about Pergamon from these changes? Taking a few moments to calm down, Don begins waving his finger across the flat screen, shuffling through multiple satellite images, all taken in various wavelengths of the electromagnetic spectrum. He stops, slamming his fist directly upon the table. They've thrown up everything they can get their hands on, protecting that site. Obviously, they're protecting something more valuable at the other 7 locations. Wouldn't you agree, Beebe? Let me read that again. Obviously, they're protecting something more valuable than at the other 7 locations. Wouldn't you agree? Beebe remaining leaning against the table's edge. Richard and my other SEALs bought us this with their lives. Cause and effect. Simple. Too bad it costs so much. Don moving toward the galley. I need some orange juice. With that, he disappeared aft. Those two went through some pretty rough times together in Iraq and Afghanistan, a SEAL informs Beebe. I know. It's all in my database up here, pointing to his head. Yeah, well, he's in here, the SEAL pointing to his human heart. 30 minutes later, and Jim has them skimming the bottom along the shoreline of the Isle of Patmos. Wonder what the Apostle John would have said if he'd seen us arriving, Jim aware of the dangers there and ahead. I'd like to believe he'd have written about us, Beebe motioning for him to settle the sub on the bottom. What's up? Jim unsure of his teammates' thoughts. Odd, he considered, given they shared the same computer systems through quantum entanglement. Instinct was all he'd offer. How? I mean, you're a computer, Jim looking for whatever it was Beebe was sensing on his own. An artificially intelligent one, with the emphasis being placed upon intelligent and not on artificial, thank you very much. Beebe walking Jim up the ramp, once again entering the clear diamond dome atop their sub. Jim, I didn't want to say this in front of your men, nor my own, be they holograms and all. Anyway, what I wanted to do is by way of a confession of sorts. Jim confused. He'd never heard Beebe speak in such a manner, so timid and indecisively. Go on. I believe, Beebe moving up close to the dome's clear wall, with nothing but the darkened waters above them. In what? Or are you simply guessing at something? Jim joining him. I don't guess. I calculate. I process. Beebe not looking at Jim. But you believe. How do you reconcile that? Jim looking directly at the hologram. I don't, except to say I believe. I believe in God Almighty. You see, Jim, I mentioned instinct a moment ago down below. It's more than instinct. Even that would be hard to explain from a mathematical perspective of the meaning. Go on, Jim giving him time, not that they had a lot to spare. I hear him speaking to me. Therefore I believe him. Beebe facing Jim, watching his facial movements for telltales. You'll get no arguments from me on that one. I hear him too. Now even more so. Jim putting out his hand to shake Beebe's. So you think he can speak through quantum entanglements? Beebe squeezing Jim's hand a bit too hard. Pulling back from Beebe's vice-like grip. Look, he made them, didn't he? Jim wincing in pain. Yes, of course, Beebe looking both relieved and apologetic. Wow, Jim exclaims. I don't believe it, Beebe astonished. Pick what you like to believe in. That sucker is real. A manta ray, some 40 feet across, swam directly into the clear diamond dome, pressing up against it as if in a face-to-face greeting. I'll take that as a sign, Beebe moving Jim to the ramp. Time to go. What is the latest on the LHC, Dr. Justine McIntosh entering the Silos Control Center following a brief nap? About ready here. Only need the signal from the boys, Dr. Judy Hilligus passing over a cup of coffee, blowing on her own hot tea. What's so funny? Oh, just remembering how you blinded old Dr. Zimmerman with that hot tea of yours back at Berkeley. Almost the best day of my life, Judy answering, slightly melancholy. What was or will be the best one? Justine lowering her cup of coffee. The day I get married, setting down her tea, unable to drink or speak further. Ah, babe, Justine dropping her ceramic cup, sending it crashing to the floor, wrapping her arms around her best friend in life. The two begin uncontrollably sobbing. Giving each other time to let it run its course, they gather up their emotions and Justine's shattered remains of a cup as others enter the control room. "About time," Justine encourages Judy. "Signals coming through," Laura, entering the room, "woke me up." "How do you sleep?" Judy asks. "I mean, connected to Polly and all." "She is me. I control her thoughts. At least I'm learning to. Sort of set my own wake-up call, you might say," Laura, both amused and concerned at the same time, for Jim and the others. Noticing, Justine offers yet more encouragement to her other new best friend. "You've done all you can to assure their safety, as well as the success of George's experimental mantle communications system." Yes, of course, thank you. I've run all the simulations I can model, and I know for sure they can't crack our entangled lines of communication between myself and Jim. The models tell me George's theory of sending an extremely long frequency energy burst through the mantle at the LHC will work. Pretty funny, they're naming the AI a Model 2048. Like throwing it in the world's faces, naming it after the Shor's 2048 algorithm. The first model, the 128, primarily to create their own version of an unbreakable code, while enabling themselves to crack all others. Judy having fully regained her composure. Laura stepping up to the central command console. "Well, now we can read everything they put out, while they're blind to our own. I love the fact they don't even know we exist, much less have an entangled line to Jim." Justine standing to Laura's right, and Judy moving up to her left. "Ladies, let's do this," Laura flipping one lone toggle switch on her console. "I hear you," Jim thinking in communication with Laura, as though she were inside his head. They shared simultaneous thoughts, speaking as it were, relegated to the status of one's appendix. BB instructing all of the crew, "Laura is ready. As soon as we are in position, we'll hit Pergamon with everything we've got." "Nice diversion. Good tactics," Lieutenant Don Casey, seated to Jim's left, BB preferring Jim remain in command. Upon getting the go-ahead from Laura, Jim moved their sub north along the Turkish coastline. The ancient Greek city situated 16 miles from the Aegean Sea, northwest of Bergama in Turkey itself, situated on a promontory on the north side of Bakırköy River. It was going to be a tough one to reach. The bottom of the Aegean Sea rising gently due to the silt deposits from the river itself, it allowed them time to make a smooth approach, barely causing a ripple on the surface of the river's gentle flow. "Fully powered. Thanks," Jim replies to Laura. "River patrols, getting indications of anti-sub netting across the mouth," BB reporting to Jim. "Dark in 15, no moon," Don adds into the mix. "Just the way SEALs like their nights." "Righto," Jim leaning to his left toward Don, who likewise leans left out of his chair, giving Jim plenty of clearance for the maneuver. Tossing his head and shoulders around in a 90-degree sweep and holding it, Jim throws the sub into a snap turn, rotating it through a 180-degree pivot about its center point. The long mechanical tail likewise snapping into action, snagging a wide swath of the heavy nylon underwater netting. His head facing forward, Jim thrusts his square chin up, rearing the sub's nose above the waterline. Pushing both hands smoothly forward, he moves the sub and its captured netting downstream. There he deposits the netting safely upon the silt-laden bottom. "Let's giddy up," Jim enjoying the ease at which he's able to move the 300-foot wide manta. "Don't get cocky." "Thanks, honey," Jim acknowledges Laura. Don't honey me, Jim winces. The other men around him can only guess as the sub shudders at his movement. Focusing upon the mission, Jim re-engages. The shallow depth forces him to bring the clear dome above the surface. He considers retracting it and then leaves it, thinking it may somehow come in handy along the way. More netting. This time it's strung between the abutments of a stone highway bridge. Screw it, Jim verbalizing for the crew. Accelerating, he pushes upstream for the bridge. 50 yards from it, he raises and curls inward the giant wings, using only his tail for propulsion. Powerful lights snap on, illuminating the otherworldly figure rushing upstream at the soldiers operating them. Reflexively, they open fire with everything at their disposal. Jim proceeds onward and now upward, leaving the bridge and its occupants in his wake, dragging netting along. By now, the alarm has gone out. Both sides of the river come alive in lights and weapons fire. Going topside, Jim calmly informing his crew. SEALs, care to join me for some fun? That being the operative word in the world of special operations, they're all in. Jim, what are you up to? Watch and see, honey. That teaser off, but lets it slide. Arriving and following Jim's hand gestures, they split into two groups, BB taking one side, Jim the other. Upon his command, they rotate around, facing away from the clear canopy, dropping their pants and underwear to the diamond floor. Simultaneously, Jim activates the bright interior lights of the sub. Here's your sign, Don yells. From both banks of the river, a hailstorm of bullets, rockets, and various assorted other projectiles rained down over the dome, each man remaining bent over, some slapping hands upon their bare buttocks. Fun over, Jim wondering how Laura reacted to their game. Ah, well, he thinks. I heard that. He winces while walking down the ramp to the command center. The sub shudders. LHC test fire, 3.5 TEVs, Judy reports. Next one, they'll step it up to 7, Justine checking one of her monitors. Then 13. That's the money shot. Laura initializing through, though alone, a device of her own. We'll give them both. That smart, Judy quizzes her. Smartest lady on the planet, Laura laughs. Don't get cocky. Chill, dude, Laura laughing also for Jim, who's on the other side of the planet, riding around in a submarine shaped like a fish, and made of diamonds, no less. Jim, can you believe how our world has changed? Amazing, is all he has time to answer her. I see him, Jim acknowledging before any of the crew, including BB, says a word. Live satellite imaging streaming from orbit to enemy commanders, intercepted, decoded, and relayed into Jim's brain, all without the enemy being the wiser. Aircraft, both jets and helicopters, on kamikaze-like dives toward the now fully surfaced and exposed submarine, crashing and exploding directly upon both the diamond dome as well as the upper hull surfaces and wings. Jim simply shrugs the wreckage off his back. Pretty cool, he tells the crew. SEALs, get ready. Landfall in 10. BB, you're in command. I'm going up that mountain with them. Jim, why? You'll see and understand, Jim moving aft to the cargo hold and joining the men. Accelerating to the highest speed possible in the narrow river, BB spins the sub to a stop in a blind bend. Opening the rear hatch on the sub's topside, Jim and the SEALs disembark into the inky waters. Once deployed, BB hustles the sub back downstream, creating as much havoc as possible, diverting attention away from the shore team. That's 7 TEV, Judy reporting to Justine and Laura, then wondering why she even needs to say anything. The amount of information and situational awareness in the possession of Laura, far outstripping anything she'd ever imagined possible for one person to process. Then she had to remind herself Laura was no longer simply a woman, nor for that matter was her husband. This bringing tears back, welling up, the melancholy becoming nearly uncontrollable for her. She began praying for Laura, Jim, and all the others in harm's way. Noticing and understanding, Justine did the same, reaching over and touching her friend's hand. This did not escape Laura's attention. Even with all that was transpiring, she too began to pray. The room began filling to capacity, with others of the 100+ personnel gathering in adjacent tunnels. Laura is joined at her side by her father and Jim's mother, Judy and Justine remaining close as well. For now, it was up to either Laura, should she receive indications of the approaching final shot by the LHC, or Jim if he and the SEALs reached the artificially intelligent 2048 in time. The 2048, not controlling the LHC, rather standing by for the start of the burst of lead particles to be accelerated at near light speed, colliding within the largest collector, Atlas, resulting in a 13 TeV level of energy production. Known as a toroidal LHC apparatus Atlas, it measures 150.9 feet long and 82 feet tall and wide. However, it was the CMS, or compact muon solenoid, of most concern to everyone. Its leading end contained the calorimeter known as Castor, or a Centauro and Strangelet's detector. However, CERN only lists Castor as a data storage facility. It was this part, even George and his two spherical quantum computers hadn't been entirely sure of. Not since his analysis of the Earth-directed gamma-ray burst, Markarian 421, were similar energies experienced firsthand on planet Earth. The particles shot from Berkeley's Advanced Light Source Synchrotron Accelerator intercepted the radiation above Earth's atmosphere over the Golden Gate Bridge. Even as physicists, both Judy and Justine had to admit it was the Atlas, made for all appearances, a likely device for the opening of a hyperdimensional portal, while the CMS, the target in the distillation and production of the planet-destroying Strangelets. Once underway, the 2048 artificially intelligent adiabatic quantum computer would maintain the portal's opening and the factory production of the quark-gluon condensates, or Strangelets. Having stair-stepped up in achieving a 7 TeV plus 7 TeV, which equals 14 TeV collision of lead particles, the superconducting niobium-titanium magnets then could achieve another goal. Throughout the run-up sessions of the LHC, each test firing of the collider resulted in profound distortions to Earth's magnetosphere and its accompanying magnetopause, separating the planet from the solar wind. Deflected around Earth in a bow shock, the solar wind moves to either side of the magnetopause. This plasma forms a zone known as the magnetosheath. As part of the intent and design of the 1292 dipole superconducting magnets, they will achieve a magnetic field of 8.33 Tesla, sufficient in reaching their targeted collision energy of 14 TeV. Jim and Laura have a new discovery for the team. Okay if I tell them? Sure, Jim knowing it will take her mind off worrying about him. Or so he imagined anyway. Laura gathering the entire team alongside the 600-cell tetrahedron computer within the former missile silo. Earth's magnetosheath is at risk of permanent damage. If we, including Jim and his team, are unable to destroy the LHC, Laura pausing, ensuring everyone is able to clearly hear her words, augmenting the present dipole and quadpole niobium titanium magnetic coils are ones consisting of niobium and tin. Again pausing. Jim and I know their present goal is to exceed 12 Tesla with titanium. With the addition of tin, the coils will reach between 15 and 20 Tesla. If we are unsuccessful, this translates to higher energy levels by a factor of 5 to 10 times what we may see here today, Laura allowing for the anticipated questions. Justine, as she expected, is the first. At those magnetic levels, a permanent interface between the LHC and the Sun will be established. Am I correct? The group rustles in unison. Yes, an unlimited power source, Laura wanting the group to advance their questions and, of course, fears. Judy this time. Tearing a hole through the magnetosheath and past the magnetopause ties in with their production of strangelets, does it not? Yes, indeed it does. No longer dependent upon producing strangelets of their own within the LHC, effectively it becomes a conduit, Laura moving up close to the tetrahedron. Therefore, the portal, Justine pacing within the circle formed by her teammates. It's serving a dual purpose. First, allowing the expected demonic beings, even Satan himself, to enter our domain or dimension. Laura interrupting. I suspect he'll be one surprised fallen angel. And bombarding Earth with strangelets, Judy interjecting, already emotionally brittle. Leaning upon the tetrahedron's tubular structure. Yes, I'm afraid so. The Sun produces strangelets, throwing off radiant energy, without a direct link or interface spanning the 92,956,050 miles between us. The strangelets would remain captured by their own gravity. Laura reaching both hands above her head, grasping one of the black carbon fiber tubes linking two of the gold spheres. Oh, and by the way, the Sun's core temperature is absolute zero. Great, Judy striding off toward the doorway leading back to the control room area and exiting. Justine picking up. Sounds like these pathological killers are unaware of their own fate. They've been deceived. They believe the lies of immortality promised to them by their handlers, whether in the form of transhumanist bodies or spiritual ascension to a higher plane of existence in their New Age system of beliefs. They're terraforming the planet, are they not? Justine asks, moving toward the doorway, wanting to comfort Judy in the next room. Yes, to be inhabited by creatures other than ourselves, Laura turning around, facing the interior of the tetrahedron, her eyes fixated upon its core. In what final form? Justine standing in the doorway. The complete inversion, like turning a soccer ball inside out. Laura moving her head inside the tubular framework of her own computer brain. Justine halting at the door. A neutron ball! Idiots! She too disappearing. Jim and the team began their clandestine movements, first through the light vegetation along the shoreline, offering little in the way of true concealment, much less cover from live rounds. Leading them, Jim is able to utilize the array of satellite data streaming from overhead. Not encumbered by the use of his dive mask, no matter how many vision-enhancing devices it featured. Still, he encouraged his fellow SEALs to keep theirs, for Plan B and others. Arriving at a paved road running parallel to the river, they are left no choice but to cross it. Jim, taking the lead, crosses it first, followed by one by one, each man making it across, when the last one takes several rounds, shattering both femurs. The firefight erupts, SEALs laying down protective fire. Jim re-enters the open road in direct line of sight of the enemy advancing down the road. His back to them, shielding the injured SEAL, lifting him in a cross-chest carry. Multiple rounds strike Jim's back. Still, he continues on, finally entering the relative safety of the woods beyond. Two men tend to their fellow SEAL's wounds, while another examines Jim's back. Unfazed, Jim shrugs it off, understanding how extensive his nanodiamond transformation has gone. Pointing up the mountain, Jim and a second SEAL lift the injured soldier, carrying him along through the narrow strip of thick woods. Reaching its far edge, the remaining area is nothing but open terrain. They're then overflown by several helicopters equipped with searchlights and, of course, guns. Taking a few moments, Jim removes his belt and another does the same. He applies them as tourniquets to both legs. At the same time, he contacts Laura. Time? Appears they've been delayed, Laura replies. Good. Send sub. Extraction. Understood, Laura not needing to ask why. Laying low, covered in brush and thick brambles, the enemy passes by. Seeing their opportunity, Jim carries his patient over his back, hustling across the same road to the river's edge. The approaching sub, fully surfaced and exposed, only serves to draw more attention their way. Having no other choice, they make a swim for it, injured man and all. Swinging the sub around, BB's already got the cargo bay hatch open, his men at the ready. Several SEALs provide cover fire as Jim inserts his patient through the opening, safely depositing him inside. Standing fully erect, now facing an onslaught of bullets, Jim takes them all. The enemy, shocked by Jim's immunity, ceases fire. It's enough. The remaining SEALs clamor inside. Jim is joined by 3 of BB's crew, including Jim. The 4 line up shoulder to shoulder, facing down the nearby enemy gathering along the shoreline, not 50 feet from the sub. A sergeant bellows out orders. Almost reluctantly, they resume firing at will. Not a single round does any damage to the 4 men. The enemy, of course, having no idea 3 of their targets are holograms. The 4th, consisting mostly of an outer layer of nanodiamond skin, his uniform shredding before the withering gunfire. Stop showing off. Yes, honey. Casually, Jim follows the crew back inside, the hatch sealing behind them, as already BB has the sub rapidly building up speed. We're almost done, folks. This time, no one on board cared what they ran into. It was full speed ahead. We need another plan, Jim arriving back in the command center. Got plenty, BB pointing out the upcoming stone bridge to Jim. So do I, Jim taking the center command seat. Better strap in. Even a hologram's going to get tossed around on Plan B. B for busted, I take it, BB enjoying Jim's style. You know it. Jim giving him a quick look as Lieutenant Casey straps in as well. Rig for collision. At better than 100 miles per hour, the diamond sub slices straight on through each of the 2 stone bridge abutments. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady-o, BB attempting to sing. How's our patient? Jim asks, lifting himself out of the seat, the sub continuing to accelerate, skimming across the river's surface. He'll live, Don answers. Better plug him with a couple of IVs, though. He's lost a lot of blood. I'll get him a pair of diamond replacement legs when we get back, as Jim disappears aft to treat his patient. Jim, I'd say you guys have less than a half hour before they're ready for the last shot, Laura advising as Jim tends to his seal. That's enough, he replies. For what? She pleads into his brain. Plan C. Busy now. He gives instructions to his SEALs on monitoring their buddy. I'll take it, Jim returning to the bridge deck. What's up? Beebe moving to the right seat. Funny you should ask. Plan C, of course. But of course, Beebe having no idea what this might entail. How fast can I go? Jim in a mischievous look on his face. I don't know. Never pushed Steve beyond flank speed. Well, I'm not Steve. Jim again standing, pulling off his shredded shirt and pants. Need room to move for this one. The crew, including Beebe, mystified by his actions. Arms raised, outstretched from his sides, appearing like a bird about to take flight, Jim leans right, banking the sub right. Catching air beneath its wide, flat hull, it executes an airborne banking right turn. Remaining aloft, Jim remains standing in one place, briskly flapping his arms. The sub accelerates. Outside, the enemy is witnessing the sight of a strange sea creature, now flapping its 300-foot wingspan, as rapidly it flies right past their gun emplacements. Again catching air, this time in the form of warm updrafts along the gently sloping mountainside, the sub begins to soar like a glider plane. Flapping still harder, Jim takes full advantage of both the updrafts as well as his own strengths, further accelerating directly up the mountain's face. At well beyond flank speed, Jim cartwheels his body over onto both hands upon the diamond decking of the inside of the sub. It follows every move he makes. Several hundred feet in altitude above the mountaintop, the sea creature, now vertical, its tail pointing to the ground, likewise performs a perfect cartwheel across the sky. Now in a nose-down attitude, it dives for the heavily fortified military compound housing the artificially intelligent 2048 adiabatic quantum computer. Shielded within its black cube, some 100 feet below the surface, its scientists, operators, oblivious to the events taking place outside their confined spaces. What are you doing? It's okay, Jim mindful of her sensitivities. I'm praying. Me too, as Jim spins once upon his right hand, then quickly righting himself back on 2 feet, the sub pulls out of its steep dive. Extending both hands fully forward, he keeps pushing, as if somehow pumping or even rowing the sub to move faster out across the Aegean Sea. Remember those 2 nukes we salvaged from the K-129? Jim still pumping his arms forward in the air. Really? Lieutenant Casey, incredulous. As if all that has already happened in the past few minutes wasn't wild enough. Yep, dumped him right out the second cargo bay hatch, like a bird laying a couple of eggs. More like taking a healthy crap on someone, Don laughing at Jim's creativity. We still need to detonate them. Even sharing the same computers with Jim, Beebe's not privy to all his imaginations. Don, Jim asks. What? Lieutenant Casey caught off guard. You know as well as I do, Jim leading him on. Jim, what's going on? Beebe rising out of his chair, looking over at Don as if the man had been misbehaving. Again, Jim raises his hand toward Beebe, the sub gently banking through the air. Don, uneasy in his chair, realizing Jim's awareness and knowledge far surpasses what is observable. Tell you what, Don, I'll make this easy on you. Jim bringing the sub to a halt, letting it sink slowly to the deep ocean bed. Beebe easing back away from the two men, finally leaning against a far wall. The crew, holograms and humans alike, can only watch. A little history lesson is in order. We don't have much time, so I'll make it brief. 33 minutes and counting. You cracked me up. Thanks, Jim happy to have Laura watching his back. But when the desire on the part of our enemy to build their version of a quantum computer, it was for two primary purposes. Jim evenly pacing the diamond deck plates before dawn. First, secure communications of everything, everywhere, all the time. Excuse me. First, secure communications of everything, everywhere, all the time. Second, predictive modeling of human behavior and what they call nature, perhaps even the universe itself, such as their hubris. Anyway, for the sake of brevity, the first one was pretty straightforward. They knew they reached the practical limits of transistor-based computers. The LHC's prodigious data production overwhelmed their use of 100,000 mainframes running in parallel at 160 locations around the globe, their so-called big data program. They needed a new paradigm in data processing. No longer was it simply a case of speeding things up. That concept became obsolete over 6 years ago. No, they needed an entirely new way in which to process information, beginning with the waterfalls of data coming out of the particle detectors, like Atlas at the LHC and other particle accelerators around the planet. This came in the form of quantum states, superposition of matter smaller than the atom itself, a place where zeros and ones could be the same, all at the same time. That's the simple explanation, and we simply don't have time for the deeper stuff. Their approach was linear in concept and in their math. They were and are still stuck in a much larger paradigm, one of their own making. Remember back at the silo, George was talking about his model of the universe being a sphere and their model being a cube? That's how they built their quantum computer, based upon old mathematical models of how the universe is shaped and how it works. Their so-called laws of physics, including Einstein's and all the rest right up to today, are wrong. Wrong because they have been deceived into believing age-old lies. You'll recall the biblical accounts of fallen angels and their passing on to man forbidden knowledge. That is where man was deceived in a great many ways. For now, we are talking about their Big Bang Theory. Even Einstein confessed publicly he could be wrong about it, and a great many other theories of his. No, literally, man has been led down the wrong path in the garden. George knew this. He credited the leadership and guidance of the Holy Spirit for much of his ideas and conclusions. The results are all around us now. This sub, the two computers I and now Laura are a part of, Beebe and his crew. George was given by the Holy Spirit the true knowledge of the universe. Not all of it, of course, only what, at this time, in man's time on earth, what God wanted him to know. God imparted the knowledge and the wisdom for how to use it, for good, not evil. The universe is shaped like a sphere. Therefore, everything in it is influenced by this construct. It is why George chose to build his two computers as spheres and not as cubes. 20 minutes. Thank you, Laura. Scientists built their quantum computer to develop a new system of coded communications. So secure, unless you had their form of computer using qubits, you could not crack their secret codes. Concurrent with this, they could now crack the codes of anyone still using transistor-based computers, even the most powerful of the supercomputers. It was simply a matter of what form of processing data one chose to employ. The transistors are now the equivalent of chiseling upon stone tablets, which may have worked for Moses in his time, but God has a different plan for our time. You know the childhood saying, like trying to put a square peg in a round hole. Well, God does have a sense of humor. After all, He created it. The end. Thank you if you've been staying with me this long evening. We are now almost 3.5 hours, but at least we completed it, so you can listen to it all the way through to its conclusion. Thank you very much. I won't hold you up any longer. With that, I say good evening and God bless everyone.